gents and lassies. I don't know if it's not lassies, is it? Gents and ladies. They, them, whoever you are out there. Some summer camp stuff. All right. Right? No way. Check 1, 2. Microphone check. Good morning, Hero. How are you? Selling. Got no reason to sell there. We're likely going to ramp. Well, not ramp. I don't know if we ramp, but good morning. How's everybody doing out there? I'm going to go over to the trigger screen. I'm hoping I can get on here before market open. Good morning. How's everybody doing? Hope you're doing well. So we're going to go. I wanted to, before I put out a new brief, I don't even know if I need to put out another brief, but before I put one out, I want to show you guys something here. And I want to do it in person because I don't think we need a new brief, I'll be honest. I could update you with some bullshit if you want. Maybe just a written brief, but not a brief just yet where we give any kind of alternate projections. So this is the brief, the last brief that you received. Nothing's changed here. So I want to talk about it with you. And we always talk about price or time around here. There are some questions, of course, but we probably have to redo this to some extent. But more importantly, before the open this morning, I want to talk to you about a couple things. So this is the brief that you got from me for this week, and I'm only deleting some notes and stuff. Get rid of that. Now, theoretically, not theoretically, but we talk about price and time, right? And you notice this first mark right here, and the second mark right here, right? We did that right here. And we did this one right here. So there can be an argument made, although this was an after hours and overnight, maybe we haven't done this one yet. But they've both been satisfied. We satisfied this one right here. We satisfied this one right here. You could make an argument that in cash market, we could do this one more time just to make it official. And more importantly from this, is that we're supposed to go up even more and trade. And this is why I want to show you this before we continue on. Is that you've got the next one right here. Now, we know we have some sellers coming in from now into Friday. And as long as we stay on trend, there's no real issue here. I don't see any issue. So this is trend right here, somewhere down in here. We hit it here. And we hit it right here. Let me remove this here for a minute. So theoretically, we've hit the first one. That gets rid of that one. And then this one. Now, maybe you could argue that we need to hit it in cash market. That would work for me. But we should continue on here too, right? Trade 600 and 610. So we peak our heads above 600. We fail. We always talk about this, right? We had a big number. And, you fail it, which we did, right? Fail it. But then we come back up and we go over it, consolidate, and then go for the next one. So also noteworthy here is that we have not hit 6,000, which is a huge gamma bar in cash market either. We haven't done that in cash market. So we've got a bunch of calls that have a huge gamma bar. Let me show you that really quick. We got a lot to go over this morning. A whole bunch of stuff to go over this morning. So let me show you this large gamma bar over here. And noteworthy to all of this would be that, so see, we still haven't hit that. There's 6,100. There's 6050. This is net gamma. And here is 59. Here's 6,000 right here. That's 6,000. And calls are being rolled higher. This right here is, this is 6050. So that's even higher than 6,000. And on SPX, net gamma, not net gamma, excuse me. Yeah, that's 6,100. 6050 would be, for now, top of the market, 6050. On one-date options, net gamma, we have a huge bar here at 6,000. These are just one dates, but we have a magnet for 6050. If you keep rolling calls higher, theoretically, we can keep going higher. So let's go down and look at the SPX gamma down here. It's only 926 right now, so this is SPX, not going to show up at the moment. We hit that first, 59.20 up here. We hit that already yesterday. See it right there? See the pin strike up here? That's where that wick is right there. We hit it, sent ourselves down, and then came right back up into overnight. We should be floating somewhere in here when we open, but then we should be attacking, we should be attacking in cash market. Theoretically, we should be attacking put walls going higher now. We got like 6,000. Here's 6,000. A few strokes off on this. This turns red. But this actually turns, this doesn't even turn red. It turns yellow. Put walls going higher. It's invariably, it's up here. 6050. So we're marching up higher right now. And just from a gamma perspective, we haven't hit in cash market. We could probably turn this one red until we roll call, if we roll calls higher. Let's make that a 4. Yeah, put wall ends up being right here. So we'll see where we open this morning on SPX, but wait a minute, I don't know what that is. but we should be opening. Get rid of this and clean this up just a bit, but should be opening up here somewhere and trying to attack this 5950 and then this 6000 and beyond. And like I want you to think about this here and then think about the trigger screen here. And you've got, then there's some other issues here. We still have sellers coming in for Friday, we think, or until the 30th. So we could possibly like super ramp this stuff, hit that 6,000 theoretically, and then even sell into Friday close, and then we start that super ramp up and away. So I want you to be patient, number one, for the summer trade. Hold on here.
On open imbalance.
Voice news disconnect.
I want you to be patient in the summer trade. I think I told you all last week, this whole past week. I even put a box on the screen. I wrote a box on the screen over here and said any backtest of the hourly trigger or the daily trigger that you get long or the summer trade. I gave you dates. If you had done that this week, you should be very good this morning. You should be very happy at this point. Now, remember, the trade is out into June and July. We did get a little bit of a headline Trump risk yesterday where Trump shit on adjacent chip companies. We're all aware of that, right? We all know there's going to be that. There's another fly in the ointment yesterday with tariffs. Trump's going to be pissed now, right? We're going to talk about that this morning in more depth. I'm losing my voice here. Talking too much time on screen, but on the bottom right-hand side, you see where we opened here just now? So check that out right there. We've opened. We came up here, right? Wham, wham, wham. Wham. All the way down here, right? Wham. And now where are we? Whoop, right up there again. So do we, come on in here, slam this, and then we're off and running to the upside. And I want to really like impress upon you that you're either in this trade, and I think I said this yesterday too, you can have call spreads or call far out calls for the summer trade and have a put calendar spread. You can have multiple trades going into this trade. But I feel like there's a car accident happening and you're a bystander watching it as it unfolds. And that will be here. I'm going to repeat this. A lot of this, what I'm saying here, I'm repeating. I'm going to be here with you in July or late June, and you're going to be standing on the sidelines and be ready to get long. So when we have pullbacks, participate. And those that have were in the Discord yesterday, and they said, I've participated, Cap. As a matter of fact, we had traders yesterday at the close when I closed puts that said, I got to fill for the summer trade. So at this point, you should be legging into this stuff whenever you have the opportunity. You may get one more opportunity this week. And at some point, the opportunity is going to go away. So I think you might have one more between now and Monday. So like Friday, I think we said 10 a.m. to 12. And maybe Monday too, to put on the trade that you want to put on, that you decide to put on, when you decide to put it on, when you decide to take it off. But my fear here is that you're missing opportunities. And I think we've had 2 or 3 now in this trade. We've been talking about this trade now, I want to say, for a week, maybe 2 now, 2 weeks. We just started discussing it a week ago. We've discussed it again. And if you recall, the noise of I want to get long at the wrong time too, right? Like the end of a day trying to get long, like we're going up. Like Bam, up, right? I want to get long here. Well, let's just give it a day to pull back. I'm scared. Bam, up. Well, I want to get long right here. I want to get long right here. Why don't you give it a day to pull back? Right? I'm scared. Bam, right? And so as time passes, you know what I mean? I don't know what to say at that point. Before you know it, we're going to be in July. And I don't want you to miss it, I'll be honest with you. It breaks my heart when people do. Like, they're scared when we're down. And as a matter of fact, yesterday into that close, if you heard me yesterday afternoon, I missed the first down move. And I said on the stream, I hope I haven't missed the trade down into the close. And sure enough, we went down again into 4:30, 4:45, or excuse me, 4 o'clock and 4:15. And there was another opportunity to get long. Get long. So you got to trade your own trade, of course, make your own decisions. But if you're on that trade for summer, some of you are taking advantage of it. Some of you are like, before even the up move yesterday after the bell, there were people in the Discord that said, I got my fill for the summer trade. So there are some traders that are trading their own plan, and they're not fearful. They've got all the information they need. They've consulted a financial advisor. They've decided I'm going to put risk on for summer. And whenever I've said this to you, whenever you get these down moves, right? This best part of this market is that there's volatility. Even if we're going higher, there's going to be volatility. And whenever those volatile moments present themselves, I think VolWiz said something about it in the beginning of yesterday's private stream about how, you know, like, everyone's like, woo, get long. And then they don't do it over here. Woo, let's get long. And they don't do it down here. And yet the market is giving vast up and down opportunities. Like, gorgeous, get long, get long, get long. And it's very dangerous being up here getting long too, isn't it? Because we get headline and Trump risk, don't we? So, let's go back up to the top up here. Oh, wait a minute. Trigger screen. Let's get back up here again. There's probably another opportunity to get up here one more time. Now, I want to address something here in this outlook, which would be we've got Friday. I want to say like 10 a.m. So this could be slightly off. And we got Monday. Let's call this, where's Monday? Monday, Tuesday. Somewhere. No, we'll make it Tuesday. We'll stretch it out. It's like time or price, right? We probably have, let's move this one over just slightly. See, we got both of our tags here, right? You get your first one. Here's your other one. And we'll give a window here. We'll give a window in here. And let's call this a window right here. Move that over. Yeah, we'll window right here. Just move this all the way over here. Or in the middle. Put it right in the middle. And we'll move this one over, I guess. Move this one up. I guess you get the point that I'm trying to make here, which is you should have some windows of opportunity. You actually have one right now. It's a window of opportunity right there. And the goal of this is to go up here into June, July. It's an easy trade. Doesn't get any easier than this. These are like golden opportunities to get long and continue to go higher. You could take the money and run on the highs and jump back in, but most traders are losers. As a trader, most traders are losers. Most traders, most of America doesn't make six figures, let alone 200 grand or plus a year. If you make 200K a year, you're in the top 4%. It's actually 3.6% of the country. So in my view, all your arguments go out the window for most of you watching this show if you were to just slow down trading every year. Or you go in heavy once or twice a year when you have your best opportunity. And let me discuss that with you for a minute here. You know, if you don't have to be right every time, but when conditions are best for you. So let's say whether you're in a bull market or bear market, if you came into the market twice a year, you came into the market sometime between let's call it late let's call it just by let's call it April 30th. You come into market April 30th and you get long somehow. And you stay long into either late June or early July. And you did that again in the fall into, let's say, farthest out February. And you did that repetitively for 10 years. I would posit to you that over those 10 years, you would have 7 wins. And that's a life-changing thing. Had you just saved money and done that, just that, no other bullshit, no selling options, no this, no that, whatever the fuck it is you're gonna do, or day trading, or all these got to be in market. With size, you beat, you win, you win, you win, you win, you win. You can go off and do whatever the fuck you want after that, but you win. And it's not that you can't do other stuff. It's that you have some kind of simplicity in your life to generate money so that you can then go off and do all the other gallivanting things you want to do. And these opportunities are rare. You don't have to complicate it. You don't have to in, out, all this other shit. No, you can add that later. It's important for you. I think most of you are here to change your lives. Whether you're a doctor, an attorney, a scientist, or working at Wendy's. And I think you all have that opportunity, no matter what background you have. And if you have some way to just refine it all down to easy. And then from there you have a jump point. Hey, I make $300K a year, $500K a year, or $100K a year. Now I can go piss away money learning how to do all this other stuff. Now I can go off and learn this or burn money with that or whatever it is I'm going to do, or I'm going to degenerate, do this or whatever it is you're going to do. So when you refine it down, dumb it down to its most simple thing, you can then fund other adventures. And these are crucial things. And I don't think anyone gets a retailer in particular. I don't think that most of you get into this because you don't want to change your life. I don't think you want to go to work at Wendy's and gamble every week or lose every week or net end of year. Be a loser. End of year not being up. I mean, you could just burn everything and just buy the S&P 500 and you're up 20% a year. So, you just buy the S&P 500, buy a share, buy another share. So at base case, that's not happening for a lot of you. So kind of hurts, it does. I should say it hurts me. I need you to be not a part of the pack and find those opportunities. This is the most supportive time of the year, every year. Sometimes it's not. As a matter of fact, even in 2022, when I showed you that chart yesterday, there was still a squeeze in that time period. Matter of fact, there were 2 or 3 that year. There was one in October. There was one in, I believe, March or April or something. We ran up. We sold the summer, but we still had that chance to get long and make. I think we closed straight up. Even in the bad years, you get that opportunity. It's there. You take it. You grab it, and that's for you. They're easy trades. So let's go back and look at this trigger screen again. And nothing's changed here. I just want you to know that. Like, zero has changed. The outlook is the same to the upside from your weekly brief this week. Now we're going to look at this really quick and just see where we are for the day. And then we're going to discuss this tariff thing briefly. Did any of you read the actual court opinion? And we're going to talk about the tariff thing, and we're going to talk about what GS put out last night. And does that matter here? I don't think that it does. I'll be honest with you. I don't think it fucking matters at all, but we'll talk more about it here. If anything, it might introduce even more volatility in the market. We pissed off the White House, pissed off Stephen Miller, pissed off Bessent, pissed off. But this morning I'm reading this morning, what's his name here? I forget his name. Navarro is like, the fuck all that we're still doing it. GS is out this morning. They're probably trapped in here somewhere. I'm assuming it's GS that's trapped or someone's trapped. And they're selling ohm so that we don't there's this like trade here there's like a trade here that is will cyclically continue higher. I have trapped buyers, so automatically last night they came out and they don't want to cyclically continue a pump. If you remember yesterday, I've always talked about how the last big NVIDIA earnings, we just kept pumping for like weeks and weeks. Wasn't straight up, but it comes down and it cycles again to the upside. Because what you're doing is you're piquing the interest of people. Oh, we got a great NVIDIA earnings. I don't need to get in on that. Give me a dip buy. And then those trap buyers start this process of pumping the market, and the market just like pumps and pumps and pumps and pumps. So let's look at, let's delete everything here. Let's take a look at what we've got here. And we'll make this really simple, right? We've got trend, right? Traditional charting here. Whoop. Pretty easy, right? There's trend. Not hard to look at there. I know everybody wants to close this dip down here, right? Hold on here. Everybody wants to close out all this. Bloodbath it down, back up again. What do you care? We're going up. Going up into June and July. You don't care. You don't care if we don't do this. All you care about is finding a place you're good with that you can get long. You don't need to hit the like side of the barn. You don't need to be pro trader over here. You know how many fucking pro traders, they tried like bottom tick this and top tick that and bottom tick this. You can be that someday. But if you've got your bread and butter that makes you money, it's probably twice a year. Maybe if you get better, maybe 9 to 12 times a year, you can start to refine it. But if you're a losing trader when it comes tax season, I'm talking to you. That's who I'm talking to. You're watching this show and you're not on a jet somewhere. I'm talking to you. You just need to hit the barn. You're standing outside a big ass barn. You just got to go. And boom, I hit it. I made some money. Woo! I did that again. I'm 1 or 2 for 2 in a year. And then it's off gallivanting. Hey, 100 pack of that, 10 pack of this. I got a hair up my ass on this or whatever. Like one buy right here, gorgeous. Another buy right here, gorgeous, right? Ball the bouncing ball. Fairly easy, right? So let's take a look here really quick. We're going to go to a monthly basis. We're going to look at a monthly candle. Can we look at a monthly candles? 1 month. Let's just take a look at this here, right? Change that to green. Like a guy like me is going to say something like, oh, I hope we can get down here. I'd love to buy this. Do I think I'm going to buy that? I don't know, maybe. Save some powder for this? Sure. But I know we're coming into the strongest part of the season. We may not get there, right? Might get left behind, right? The more talking that we do about it, the more we're not capturing this, right? This upside trade, all of a sudden we're up here. Summertime's here, and oh yeah, we'll come back for it. It's right there, buddy. Or July, late July, or whatever. Buying when you're excited and FOMO, and there's a weekly right there, weekly bar right here. Go to a daily basis right here. Daily candle. We think a lot about what other people are doing and not what we are doing. You know, what's like, oh boy, after the fact, Jim Bob made money. I missed that trade. And instead, we're focusing on what you're doing, right? Or I'm focusing on what I'm doing. Or not. First down move yesterday, I wasn't focused on what I was doing, was I? I didn't miss that second one, though, did I? Hell no. Focused on what I'm doing. Here's the month. Here's the weekly. There's the daily. We got a 4-hour right here. And we got another one right here. Another one right here. Make that one yellow. Do this one right here. Go to right in here. Check out the 1 hour. It's nice little pocket to close right here in the Friday. Everybody wants the best price. Meanwhile, you're missing the moves up. You're missing the moves up. You're missing the moves up. Now, we did say there could be another opportunity here when, let's call it Friday. Let's call it 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Let's do it 2. Make that a 1. We think we'll get another opportunity in there. Think we might have another opportunity sometime next week. Let's call it Tuesday. We'll put worst case scenario over there. Excuse me here. Get some coffee for a minute. We'll get into the tariff thing here in a minute. There are all kinds of implications on this tariff stuff. And there, you don't know who exactly is speaking about it either, and what their ohm is. What's their skin in what they're telling you either. Here we go, right here. Perfect. Hourly trigger. Hourly trigger. Hey, Cap, what if it fails? It doesn't matter if it fails. You guys, we can do this on a 1-minute trigger, 5-minute trigger, hour trigger, daily trigger. Right? You're looking for the bounce off of any trigger. And then a new high, right? Catch a new high. We're off and running on any time frame, right? You don't need outlooks from me for this stuff, I'll be honest with you. Try to show you trend on an hourly basis, but you don't need it. We got doom up here. Bam, doom. Make that one red. Make that one yellow. Make sure I get all this right here. That one right there. We got 1 hour here, right? We got 1 hour here. One there. One there. And now we've got something to work with, don't we? We're on trend. If we lose trend, we know we go down here, right? That's pretty easy, right? Let's just look at this right here. You're gonna expect some buyers to step in. Maybe we trade sideways here into Friday, right? Maybe up and down squiggles. Doesn't make a trend, does it? If we have trend and we have up and down squiggles, this is trend, right? When you get 3 months of data, 6 months of data, a year of data, ups and downs within it doesn't make a trend, does it? Makes for great news stories. Woo, market's awesome, bro. Post that on the front page of the WAPO. Woo, market's going to crash to the depths of hell, bro. Did you hear? Point fingers. We're going to crash. Woo, going all-time highs, bro. Woo, going to crash, bro. Meanwhile, you're not scaling out a little bit and seeing what the real trend is, right? So this is sizzle. And this is a lot of traders reacting to stuff that has nothing to do with where we're going, which is this, right? Or when you're scared, putting on risk. When you're on the upside, you're waiting for you're not getting involved in FOMO, and you're looking at all that up there, right? On any frame. So if we're on trend going higher, you put risk on, don't you? And if we begin to roll under, right? And then we make a new low, you can say, oh shit, broke through my support. It gave me a chance to get out. If we make the new low, yeah, I'm short here. Or I'm just waiting till we get down there, right? Try to make a new high. Oh, we made a new high. Our early trigger came down to meet us. Hey, I'm going to get long here. Got a better deal. Sweet. Higher. Simple. Easy peasy, right? What's funny is even here, right? Even here, like we're going to crank up here, bro. Even here, they dipped us down into this bell. Look at this. Down here, and then wham, straight back up, right? So you're like Johnny on the spot down here. Did it matter? Nope. You still went up. Now let's take a look at velocity on a 30-minute basis. On a 30-minute basis, I don't like this neutral. This is 30-minute hourly velocity. This is your intraday, intra-week velocity. I always like this when it's lower and then comes up, and we also have great daily velocity. So there could be some consolidative at price action in here, or even a dip between now and Friday or Tuesday. Possible. This is showing you that right now. On a good note, you've got daily velo cranking. So we could like just hang out here and then start super ramping into again late June, early July. This is all good and constructive. You want to know what it looks like when you buy a dip? Let's look. Not bad, huh? Down here buying a dip. Not a bad print, right? Pretty good, right? That's pretty good. Pretty good catch. Saying the same stuff, right? Just look for these dips. You're always going to get them. Trying to like ramp up here. Make some easy money. What does that look like right there? It looks kind of funny, doesn't it? So this is good for a trader, right? Looking for a dip in here. Start getting long, even if it dips down. Add a second trade. Add to your position, whatever it may be. You're being given another opportunity here. Shocker. Another opportunity into summer trade. You can dance, having the time of your life. Ooh, that's nasty. We don't want that one. We want that bad boy right there, don't we? We also have some other targets out here, don't we? We've got June 20th. Go to an hourly basis. We got our boy Besant. He said, what, 2-3 weeks? We're working on deals. This is the, we're working on deal. Well, we got Besant saying, we're working on deals, although in 2 or 3 weeks we'll have an answer for you. And we're going to be start sending out in 2 or 3 weeks, notices to some countries because we cannot negotiate with all of them. Okay, we heard you. So we could have 2 or 3 weeks of bad news in here. We know that we have likely a more supportive environment into July, first week of July. Here's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, we got it against wrong. Right in there. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. 1600. Right there. Whoa. Do I think we get up that high? 650? Probably not. And I don't need everything. I just need to get from here to here somewhere, right? Maybe like 620, 612. What are we trading right now? 591 to 612. I can do that. 200-point move for summer. Whew. Telling us, manipulating the markets over here. Strongest time of the year. Hell, we could even bring this down. Bring that down right there. Hey, it's 624. Sweet. We'll even rein in our expectations. We got some prior highs we got to look at over here. Let's take a peek at these things. we got going on over here? It's all this. What was our last high up here? There we go. Make that one white for just a minute, just as a marker. See how far up we got. Huh, interesting. To a pinstrike. That's nearly a pinstrike right there, isn't it? Put that one in there. That one right there. That one right there. Why are we putting them up higher, not lower? Because we always want to see strength. If we don't hit these white ones, there's no strength, right? Let's go back here and look over here. All right. We check out this last one right here. We got some targets up here, right? We even have some targets. 609, 26. Anything above that's going to be big money, right? We have all-time highs at 611.35. It's just like gravy train out here, isn't it? So we got some places to look for, don't we? Let's take a look here. Let's get closer. We're going to assume here that we could have some lows, maybe consolidate. We could even have a dip. Come back up. Right, possible. Dip down here. Up there, right? Possible. For now, we have this low back here yesterday, right? This was the low. Return to the scene of the crime. Drop this one right here. You know, you've got last night we had some negative news came out. Like GS was out there last night like, no. Tell everybody that the tariffs are still on, right? We'll talk more about that this morning. We're going to get deep into that. Because there's all kinds of ramifications from yesterday. I actually read the ruling. And we got to talk about that too. Because I didn't see some things in that ruling that I wanted to see addressed. We'll chat about that today if we can, if we have some time. We hit this one right here, right? So we want to see. There's 600. We know that's some resistance up here, right? In cash market. We're gonna go from this point right here. Oh, hold on. I gotta change where we're at right now. We're gonna get over 600 here. There's 605. Hold 600. Try for at least that one right there. There's 611. Fail 609. Fail all-time highs. And this is where that Besant stuff is, right? We'll go all the way out there for it. Something like this right here. You can bring this down. This is that Friday, right? This is Tuesday. Hold on a second here. This is Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, 1600. Move that one right there. Into Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Here's the Thursday, Friday right there. Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday right there. Right up there. Something like that. Get rid of this. Rid of that. Rid of that. Rid of that. So it seems reasonable. Don't need that anymore. Don't need this anymore. Do we get the sexy, like, end of month down flows, right? Remember end of month, right? Down flows, then wham up there. Here's the end of month right there. And something up there, right? Looks right. And what does this daily trigger look like? Hey, not bad, huh? Whoop. Daily trigger. Bounce down at the end of the month. If we get this, we could roll here. Get underneath here and start getting underneath it. Then we could also go into mid-July. You know how this goes, right? Everybody says we're going up, but we don't. We start bouncing around in here in mid-July. Roll down into the end of July. Suck back up. Bulls are going to tell you we're going higher. Blast down into September, mid-September. Oh, looks right. Something like that. Prior high. Impulse up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? 1. Right? 2, 3, 4. As a matter of fact, I'm being pretty conservative here because this leg here could easily be up here, believe it or not, then down, then one more up. Well, maybe not there, but going a little aggressive there. But this could be up here. And then you get your July face ripper, possible. There's some other ways to count this too. You could count this like this is the prior high here. So this could be 1, 2, right? This leg has to be bigger. So 3, 4, and 5. That works too. So we'll bring it in a little bit more conservative. All in all, this seems about right. I think we're being conservative here. Here's your daily trigger. There's the roll of the daily trigger. If we get an extension of any kind into July, that works. You know, start fucking around with this stuff. Plenty of time here, isn't there? Plenty of time. So if you have any time to get in on this trend, either there or here, doesn't really matter. Doesn't matter if we come in here and trade all this and then we're up there. None of that matters. The only thing that matters is that you're looking for that test of all-time highs. You know that this is the strongest time of the year. Are we going to get to 624? Nobody cares. It's targeting this like 612. I think that's plenty. If we get 620 and your spread count or is able to capture that 620, so be it. You want to get back in, take the money and run, look for another dip higher. Also note you've got this wick right here. Demand, right? Sure, there's like doom and gloom in here. Oh God, everything's burning, everything's on fire. Don't care about any of this. Don't care if we go higher. Don't care if we slip down and go higher. One thing I would say to you would be this one right here. This Friday. If you're looking for like launch, probably somewhere in here. So you could like go up here, mess around. This is a dream right here of Theta Gang. Excuse me. If you were in the private stream yesterday, in the private stream yesterday, we said we were going to look for somewhere in between a window in here. There's like a window of opportunity. I think we get like a Michigan consumer sentiment. But I don't think you need to wait for that. I think you could do it right here. I think you could do it down here. I don't think any of this matters. It's all semantics. As long as you're not buying calls, as long as you're not like buying calls or longs up here, I think anything down in here is worthy. You might be wondering about down here. Can I get this cap? Maybe. Just don't get left behind. That's the only thing that the only thing that ever bothers me is that when we're in the most, you end up chasing shit in like most supportive times of the year. You're like waiting for the perfect dip, and you just end up chasing. And the way you know if you're going to be a chaser or not is once we show a new high. So let's go to a smaller time frame here. Let's take a peek at this. Clean it up a little bit, right? If you watch the videos that are on the website, right? You get your pullback over here. You know what you're looking for, right? To get long, you're looking for that prior high. Looking to get back above. Come back down, right? Believe it or not. You got your nipple there and your nipple there and your butthole there. You're off and running, right? Fairly easy. You don't need any of this. You don't need to worry about any of that. Just waiting to get in there. Throw your long on. You've got signs of life. Leave this right here. God, I miss so many trades all the time. It's 10:30 yet? Did I waste enough time yet? Here we go. 10:30. All right. Here's 10:30. About there. I think that's it right there. And we close the gap right here. Put up the there we go. Here's your pivot point. Pivot point here. And look where we are. Sitting here on 5,900. Right here, 5,900. All the way up, all the way down. And now we want to go all the way up. We go over there and take a peek at get my thing, cursor right here. See where we are in Bookmap. Whole bunch of flow right there. Look at that. Whole bunch of flow right here. We know we've got 19 billion to sell on pensions. A little bit more right here. You see it right there. A little bit more down here. You see that right there? My cursor is like right here. Keep it right about there. We could see that. We could see this right here at some point, next couple days maybe. Yesterday we saw some down moves into the close. Let's watch this closely here. We also think about time, 10:30 in the morning, 12 to 1:30 in the afternoon for flows, right? We know markets close in Europe in the morning. Let's talk Trump tariff stuff. And then I'm going to take a break. Let's talk Trump tariff stuff. So we're going to then talk about trades for the summer trade. In the private stream yesterday, we talked about a bull fly for the summer trade. That way we capture all the upside no matter where we go, right? We also talked about another trade, which was capturing the ramp into summer, and then also the OPEX tariff deadline, and or buying and selling a call for both of those trades. If you don't know about those trades, you can just look up or just do at Captain Jim James in the Discord, and I do list out both of those trades. And I did tell you that we would have one more opportunity to get in on these trades. And there's a window for those trades. I believe it's on Friday between 10 and 12. Or, excuse me, 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. So, looks like we're getting that opportunity again, right? We're going to have more of those too, aren't we? And eventually, those opportunities are going to go away, aren't they? And we'll be at the top, and you'll be, oh, no. I got afraid, Cap. So, we're going to talk the Trump tariff thing and the importance of it. I don't bring this up a lot, and I meant to ask Wolf Richter about it, and I haven't had a chance to email him, and I didn't want to ask him in the comments of his posts. I didn't see it in his posts. We'll start with the top line here. So I read a brief about trade war. It's on the website. And I talked about how we're not in a trade dispute and our grievances are legitimate. And you can ladder this war into danger, right? Trade disputes, when they turn into trade wars, offer the opportunity for laddering of points of contention. And early in the Trump presidency, there was no, these are my grievances. Even though we all know what they are, there's been no, like, you need to remedy this or this not to escalate. So, top line, if that's true, then we're not looking to remedy anything, are we? If we're not looking to remedy anything, it means that we're trying to change our economy. And we know that the U.S. has a lot of speed bumps. We know that in the U.S. it takes time to get anything done. We also know to get anything done, there's a lot of negotiating, even within those you got speed bumps, and you've got like having to make deals or include multiple people. But getting anything changed permanently in this country, in this democracy, is not easy. It can be loaded with quagmire, can take decades to make change, and that's a good thing in my view, but I don't really care what my view is here. I have to be pragmatic and objective in what the attempt to do here is. So our system, right, for tariffs is a congressional thing. And we've been circumventing that. White House has been policy-wise circumventing that, right? By saying we're at war with these countries because of fentanyl. We're at war with Canada because of fentanyl. When we know that, what? Way more fentanyl goes to Canada than comes into the U.S. Let's be honest. Now, that reasoning is what is being used as the to implement these tariffs, right? Like to pull it out of Congress and put it in the executive branch, you need to say we're at war, right? The executive has to have this power, not Congress. Why do you think that the White House is doing this? You leave it with Congress, right? What happens? No offense to you out there wherever you live, but if you live in Timbuktu and your name is Bob and you were elected to the House of Reps, I got to now negotiate with you. And in all honesty, you might live with a guy named Mike that owns the largest dairy farm or concrete factory, and you got to live with him the rest of your life, right? And maybe he's going to be felt impacts of this change. And you got to live with him, right? As Bob, the rep from Timbuktu, nowhere, right? I got to negotiate with you and Mike, Bob, Sue, Mary, Senate. And we're not even discussing yet greed and power. So our elected representatives are also greedy. They like power. So if I'm trying to get some real change, I don't want that tariff power in your hands. I don't want to negotiate with any of you. Now, what I do find fascinating in this brief that I read from this court, there was a few things. There was a Reagan appointee, a Trump appointee, and a Democrat. I also was looking for something else. This is what I wanted to ask Wolf about, which is, I know we're in a trade war. Why? If you look at the trade imbalances, that's not the only reason we're here, is it? IP theft, war, hegemony. Do you want a democracy running the seas and the sky? Or do you want a dictatorship? Can the U.S. compete with China in war? Who has more shipbuilding right now? Who has more men or women or men and women in an army? Who has the largest standing army? Not us. Do you have the ability to build ships like they do? No. So U.S. exceptionalism, U.S. hegemony relies upon what? For the U.S. to remain the policeman of the world. What do we have? What do we have? You know what it is, right? It's technology. We think up the coolest shit, don't we? Our engineers are free to think, right? If we're able to keep our IP, keep our ideas, build our shit here, robotics, AI, we don't need to build all the ships, do we? We don't need to have all the big army, do we? So this like top line thing that we're doing is trying to pry ourselves out of this. Keep manufacturing in the free world. Mexico, United States, Europe, Australia, Canada. Because I did find it funny. I was reading this decision. It was brought by U.S. companies, right? I think there was a bicycle clothing company. USA Fishing was one of the companies. I read it. But what I was looking for in there that I want to ask Wolf about was all these premises for tariffs being in the executive being used under this guise of, we're at war with this country and that country, all bullshit, right? Wink, right? But also what we don't talk about is that we don't have a lot of trade imbalances. In some countries, the imbalance is against us, like Switzerland. We have shown an imbalance with other countries that is inaccurate. We show goods at retail pricing, not as what we pay to bring them into the U.S. We don't show services in those numbers. We just show goods. So it makes it look like there's an imbalance. So under the surface, why are we doing this? I just explained to you why we're doing this. Now, there is a threat, or yesterday, GS came out and said, don't worry, we can still circumvent all this and implement tariffs. I want you to know that the U.S. or policy or financiers or banks and corporations and likely all of the politicians want this change one way or another. They do. And they're going to try to find and make it happen one way or another. Now, there's a bunch of bullshit in there, though, isn't there? It's like bullshit with we're at war or whatever. There's bullshit in the imbalances, believe it or not. Now, there is some danger here if this policy or corporations and banks and politicians and they want to do this, right? There's some danger here in entering a quagmire of time. And that's where we argue about these things in courts. This regime current, I'm sure that if this regime gets bogged down, I'm almost positive you're going to see Democrats run the same platform and tell you they're going to do it nicer. Let's be on board now, bro, but we're still going to do it. This is the future. Whether you know it. See that shit right there? You see that right there? See that bounce? Mwah. See that bounce right there? Go up right up there, right? You got there, Jim Bob. We're going to do it. Try that one right there. Don't know if we're going there yet. We're going to watch it closely. See if we can hang on to this. Got another one right there. Got another hour right there. Got a whole bunch of hours to bust out. Now, the hourly trigger's weak here. So if we get a rejection, we're going to blood. Remember, it's a short week, and we got selling. We got the weakness in the hourly trigger. This could reject. We roll. More down. We're not out of the woods yet. If you're a bull, we need to get above, back test it, and then move on. Change that right there. This is the instigation of the move. Bull's got to hold that right there. Now, I read through this thing last night, this decision, and then I saw GS come out. Whoa, slow down, bros. That was hilarious. I believe that white paper was twofold. One for the mantelpiece of this administration. Trump needs that tool in his view, and White House does, and the banks do, and the CEOs do. So there was probably some panic last night. There's probably a lot of movement late last night about this. A lot of freaking out, probably. Give me the phone. I need somebody to fire up a white paper. I want them to release that shit to the Bloomberg. Bloomberg had it up in like 2 hours. Like, GS wrote it, Bloomberg ran it, and then it like made its way like wildfire in the middle of the night last night. I read some morning briefs this morning, and everyone's quoting it. So it's gaining some traction in Steam. Tariffs are still on, bro. And there's danger here too, right? If this stuff gets caught up in courts, we have midterm elections. We have voters are not happy right now, no matter what they're feeding you. Like, oh, look, consumer sentiment's much better now. It's possible. That's getting better. We talk about this sometimes too, right? You introduce a conversation to somebody. You're bowling with your friend. And the more you talk about it, the more willing they are to accept it over time. The initial knee-jerk reaction to, I don't want to go sailing with you, Jim James. We've been bowling the past 5 years. We never changed our routine. He introduced the conversation after like 6 months, like, all right, fuck it, let's do it. That could be possible here. And this might change as we get into the midterms, but if we start quagmiring, market looks like shit. Too much volatility. There's danger. This regime in particular doesn't have a lot of time. Trump is a lame duck his last 2 years. Not only is a lame duck, Obama was hamstrung in his dual presidency. He got health care passed, and that was it. And he got quagmired having to go to what? Congress. Make a deal here and a deal there, and before you know it, the fucking healthcare was dog shit, wasn't it? And that's probably, if I was inside this White House, I would be fearful of that. I would be. I'd be like, oh no, we're not sending the tariffs down to this Congress. Now I got to deal with Jim Bob from middle of nowhere, and I got to deal with Mary, and I got to deal with this and that, and then it's open for discussion, and all this other nonsense. And it's actually an open door for Democrats to say, you know what, you want this, we'll do it, but we're going to do it our way. It's going to take time. We're going to do it the right way. Right now, we're taking We're taking a sledgehammer. We're just like smashing shit, right? So, are tariffs paused? Probably. Invariably, they probably are. For the moment. This can help you and I for the summer trade. No matter what you're hearing right now, probably helps you. But it does introduce what? Something we've always said is here, which is what? Headline, Truth Social risk, right? All caps. You know what I mean? I've never heard of this court before. Article 3 of the Constitution. What do you mean? I never appointed that guy. It was an auto pen appointed that guy. One of those judges. All caps, Sunday night. Monday morning, puts on bid on Friday. So, do tariffs come back in? Yeah, possibly. Is GS going to come out and say shit because they're upside down? Possibly. Is there panic from the White House or financiers or CEOs? Probably. They got to steer public opinion. So, like, all this noise surrounding all of this, blinders. Put the blinders on. Don't worry about the politics. Don't worry about what they're doing. Just look ahead here. You get any of this volatility, you get any of this like doom, just note that they want to stay on course. If they get off course, they want to get back on course. We still have this window viable to the upside this summer. We get a big rip to the upside, and you're going to get a news story, right? Oh, no. You know, tariffs pause, whoop, straight up. Oh, no. Whoop, right back down. You know, just remember that news is all centrified around where we are with price and time. Use it to your advantage to make money. And I'll try to find out from Wolf. I'm going to contact him and say, like, why haven't they talked about services? Or I assume at this point, like, if I'm doing like by the dot drawing, I'm like, there's 1, there's 2, there's 3, there's 4. You know, it all kind of makes sense. Probably I'm going to get the answer that I thought I was going to get. We beat this high right here. This is good to see. Prior high, new high. Woohoo. That's all we had to do right there. That's it. Next high we need to get would be this one right here. So we need to get that high. Actually, let's get this 1 hour first. I don't know if we're going to get it. And then we would need to get, you know, one here. One there. Like this is a lot of volatility right here to get past. I don't think we're getting that. Plus, Velo is pretty weak right now. So for the next 2 days into the midday Friday, I'm going to expect that we trade this range right here. If I had to guess, we're going to trade this sideways, and then we're going to escape after we hit Friday at some point, after they murder everybody. I'm going to read some news pieces for you, and then I'm going to take a break. I got to be honest with you. My youngest daughter, I ended up getting waitlisted on summer camp for her, so I got to make some not emergency calls, but I got to call 2 or 3 other places and see. And I got to do it like during business hours. I tried calling this morning, and they weren't open and stuff. I guess I don't know what the fuck they were doing, but so I got to make some phone calls this morning, try to get my youngest in day camp and like 2 weeks overnight for the summer, so that she's not fucking around on her phone all summer long bored. So I do need like an hour maybe at most to make a few phone calls. I hope I can get it done in like 5 minutes or 15 minutes. Okay, so I'm going to read a couple things to you here. And hold on here. A trade court judge ruled that the bulk of President Trump's global tariffs were deemed illegal. The ruling is obviously a huge setback for the Trump admin, but it doesn't mean that tariffs are now a thing of the past. The Court of International Trade issued a permanent injunction vacating the worldwide retaliatory tariff orders and ordered a 10-day window for administrative actions to implement the halt. So think about what I just said to you the last 15, 20 minutes. Like top line stuff. as I read this stuff to you. The Trump admin filed a notice of appeal immediately after the ruling indicated an intent to challenge the decision in the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit. By the way, last night at around 10 p.m., I posted the white paper for you from GS that gives the this is how I got my attorneys. Now, that's just an argument at this point. Anyone can write whatever the fuck they want on a piece of paper and say, oh, we can get out of this. That doesn't make it so, but there's probably dual intent there. One, someone was upside down, and two would be, hey, there is an argument that can be made. So you don't want to like immediately discount. And not only that, just what I've been telling you, they're going to try to find another way. Even Navarro this morning was like, fuck it, we're moving on no matter what. We've seen that too, right? We've seen immigrants being removed and against court orders from the courts, right? So that a lot of that is going on right now too. Trump admin filed a notice of appeal immediately after the ruling indicating intent to challenge the decision in the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit and potentially Supreme Court. The admin could request a stay of the injunction allowing tariffs to be collected while the appeal is pending. Without a stay, however, tariffs are effectively paused as customs officials must comply with the court's order. That's actually good for you right now. I said that already to you this morning, right? It's good for you right now. It gives you a window of a little bit more freedom to go. You're now just looking basically at Trump headlines, Trump freakouts. You guys know the story, right? There are some potential alternatives for the Trump admin. The admin could bypass the ruling by seeking congressional approval for tariffs. That's dangerous. It really is. I got to tell you guys, really dangerous. That's a quagmire because you figure we're starting to get into like election season should start ramping. Summer will be over. Get into that winter season for the next election cycle. It's like Quagmireville. You don't want to go that route if you're them. I'm not them, but you wouldn't want to get in that. Alternatively, Trump could use other legal authorities like Section 301 of the Trade Act to impose targeted tariffs, though these would face separate legal challenges, more quagmire. Other exotic alternatives to impose costs on trade partners could include designated trade partners as currency manipulators, export controls for energy tech, change of military posture, NATO, etc. So there's quagmires here, right? There's real danger here to this policy. There really is. Some of these alternatives are dangerous. And then not only that, Navarro this morning came out and said, we're negotiating with people. And I think Besant and Navarro said within the next 2 to 3 weeks, we're not even going to negotiate. We're just going to tell countries, you have to do this to do business with the U.S. My assumption here on that is it's kind of like when you give an option to somebody where they can stay, but it's only going to hurt them to stay. And no country would agree to that. Especially right now or not right now and how our country works. We'll just wait until the next election, bro. Maybe we'll get more favorable terms. So, into this week, I would say into Thursday, Friday at minimum, and then into the 2nd of June, we should trade sideways, consolidate, and then as the air clears, start to make our way higher. So look for, I would say look for some consolidation down here. Find what you like. And keep your eyes on the prize for those 2 dates. That's OPEX, I believe. OPEX, Jerome, our Fed meeting. The 2 or 3 weeks have been told by Bessent and Trump and Navarro. It's like June 20th and the first week of July. If you are still wanting that trade, as I've stated, get in a spread, and so that you can deal with sideways and up or ups and downs along the way and capture that support in the markets. I'm going to read a few other things for you here this morning. On NVIDIA, Needham keeps NVIDIA's target at 160. NVIDIA delivered an fiscal first quarter 2026 beat, but a miss on the fiscal second quarter 2026 guide due to the impact of H2O export controls. Our key takeaways include, number one, the H2O lost opportunity is larger than expected, as the company had $8 billion of H2O orders in the books for second quarter that will not ship. China DC revs is expected to decline an insignificant level. 2, that Blackwell contributed nearly 70% of DC compute revenue, with the transition from Hopper nearly complete. Major hyperscalers are standing up 1,000 NVL72 racks per week, a number expected to move higher through the quarter. 3, GM X, the H2O write-down was better than expected as Blackwell profitability improves. And 4, networking revenues increased to $5 billion, driven by both scale-up and scale-out networking solutions. RPT price target remains $160 based on a greater or less than 27.5 times PE multiple of our new fiscal year 27 EPS estimate of $5.80. Goldman's Pravorsky on the tariff court ruling. An initial positive market reaction makes sense. This reasserts a judicial check on executive power, but there are still workarounds. The real impact is that trade partners will likely see the White House's hand as weakened and reject a 10% baseline. For example, what happens to the UK deal? This ruling doesn't make EU talks any easier. The bluff of 50% tariffs on Europe, which helped catalyze talks, now looks like a major or a much slower moving threat. If this had hit a month ago, markets would have been up high single digits. From here, I'm less convinced this is a medium-term positive. It likely just makes trade talks messier and slower. Goldman CEO Waldron sees less fiscal headroom in the world now than during COVID. Bloomberg saying senior White House officials on Thursday downplayed the implications of a court ruling that blocked a swath of President Donald Trump's tariff measures and expressed confidence about an appeal. Quote, if anybody thinks this caught the administration by surprise, think again. Trump trade advisor Peter Navarro said on Bloomberg television, quote, nothing's really changed. The big picture here is we've got a very strong case with IEEPA. Navarro argued, quote, but the court basically tells us if we lose that, we just do some other things, end quote. National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett said the administration is not yet pursuing alternative options. Speaking on Fox Business, he said the administration is confident the court ruling is incorrect and that it will be successful on appeal. Quote, there are different approaches that would take a couple of months to put these in place. And using procedures that have been approved in the past or approved in the last administration, but we're not planning to pursue those right now, Hassett said. JPM on retail flows. Over the past week, retail traders net bought $140 million below the last 12 million average, marking the smallest weekly imbalance this year. The past week marks the lowest buying flow this year. Good job, retail. You're waiting for your time to get long for the summer trade. Despite the flat, you are buying single digits like NVDA, stuff like that. Despite the flat headline number, intra-week flows were quite volatile. They have increased their selling force over the week, with Tuesday seeing the largest net selling since April 7th. But they switched back to aggressive buyers today. 1.4 billion in inflows into ETFs were almost completely offset by outflows from single stocks. Within the ETF space, demand for Bitcoin ETFs saw continued interest in gold returned as well. However, select broad market ETFs saw selling flows. Come on up there. Get up there. At the single stock level, NVDA led the selling flow despite its solid earnings. We had a private stream yesterday, and I had a yellow box. And I was like, that's where we're selling right there. And VolWiz commented on it last night. And it looks like retailers got the fuck out yesterday as we blasted higher on NVDA. Followed by Tesla. Notably, they have been net selling NVIDIA for the past 14 days, representing the longest selling streak since September 2018. Retailers are getting smart. Retailers are looking. Yesterday, we had also discussed how people roll NVDA and other stock positions. We've had that as highlighted on this show as a centerpiece this year, saying, matter of fact, going into this year, we said to people, it's better to get with the how the market works. Instead of trying to make all your money the day before a holiday, try to get in line with the flow of the market. And yesterday, Scott brought up, hey, if you like NVDA, you're looking for that market low for their next what? Their next event or their next ER, so that you can put on, a call that's 1 month out, 3 months out, and you get out before you ever get to that event, don't you? And as a retailer, you've done a great job of doing that this year. I'm going to tell you guys, I'm pretty fucking impressed. You guys are getting, we brought that quote up last week from Mulvari from GS, where he was like, retailers are getting good. We're not bag holding. We're not bag holding. We're looking farther out in time. We're looking for market lows. Getting long when we should get long. We're going with the momentum of the market. The intra-week flows in Tesla were more dynamic, where they switched back to net buyers today following the 3 days of selling flow as the stock dropped after the lawsuit headline. As discussed earlier, their positioning compared to the large cap benchmark suggests they have been decreasing their portfolio weights in discretionary and tech sectors since May. In fact, their portfolio weights in Mag 7 have declined significantly over the past year, from the 10% last summer to 1.5%. Recently, retail portfolio weights in Mag 7 have been declining. So now, what are you doing? You're like, we're condensing down, Cap. You told us spec growth. Then you told us Mag 7. Then you told us as we come to the end of a bull cycle to break down into ETFs. And then we come into known seasonal weakness, expected major correction, and we did a little bit more than that, didn't we? Instead of doing 15%, we did 20%. And retailers are like, fool me once, fool me twice, but not 3 times. So retailers actually made money. We hit 590, and what did they do? They exited stage door right. So they get out. We have a pullback again. And how would happen in that pullback? Headline, tweet, risk. Trump comes out, can't be quiet for a minute. And we got Apple down 6.5% in one day. That does not help retail flows. I'm sorry. I don't know if you were caught in that, but even if you weren't, you were probably looking over there going, oh, shit. Nothing's safe. And so you as a retailer writes down on a piece of paper, welp, on any day, any time, at least while we're reacting to these headlines, we can wake up down 6% on anything. I might as well just wait until that shit happens to get long the next time. And then ride it up. Look at that big green ball of love right there. Crank it, baby. Get it up there. We got access to all the tools. You got access to Spot Gamma. You got access to direct white papers given to clients. You got McGilligot letters. You got real-time flows, real-time volume, real-time this, real-time that. We got tools in our Discord. You can look at anything you want in real time. You got live streams all over YouTube. Day traders, swing traders, hanging out on FinTwits, StockTwits, Wall Street Bets, you name it. You guys are all talking. And you're not hating each other. You're banding together, regardless of politics, regardless of astroturfing, regardless of the bullshit, the scams. You got Wolf Richter out there telling you the truth. Where the fucking Wall Street Journal and the Bloomberg News, CNB bullshit lies to you. And you're not listening to it, are you? You're getting smarter. You're getting to be a force to reckon with. 25% of this market is retail flows. You're zigging while the elephant waddles. You're zagging while the elephant lies to you. You're finding ways to band together, put all of your differences, everything that's meant for you to consume and fuck up, and pushing it to the side. You're saying we're retail. Fuck you. We're here to make money. I am here to slip my hand into a fat, old, white, greasy-handed pocket. The richest. And just take out a little bit. I don't want your billions, sir. But I want part of it. Pulls out his old, fat, greasy hand, and I slip my hand in there. Whoop. I'm retail. Sorry, sir. And they don't like it, do they? So congrats to you, retailers. You're front and center. You've caught the attention of Wall Street. They're watching you like crazy right now. Reading the rest of that right now. Hold on here. So good job, retail. You know when to get in. You know when to get out. You're doing your education. You know what Vixpiration is. You know what OPEX is. You know what GAM is. You know what all these things are. You're patient. You got bands of you in Discords all over the internet. I love it. The old fat white guys don't like it, though, do they? I remember like a year or two ago, there was talk of changing the rules for retail traders to trade. I kid you not. I bet that comes around at some point. You start beating the banks enough, you beat the brakes on them just enough, then just start limiting what you can and can't do. Well, we got to hog tie them just a little bit more. We can't have them winning that much. Nice little high right there. That's a good one. You just beat this one right here. Good job. Note that we have a large gamma bar on 6,000. If you remember from yesterday's private stream, what did they do the last time? They ran it up on Friday at like 3:30 in the afternoon, went vertical. I wonder if we do that this week. We're being told that that's not going to happen. We're going to keep an eye on it, aren't we? We're going to be watching Friday, 3:30. See if dealers try to sneak price up, aren't we? Even if we don't get 6,000. We're going to watch for that little sneaky Pete up there, aren't we? Because we're retail. We're getting smarter. We know about short gamma, long gamma, chasing this, chasing that. We know not to listen to what they tell us, don't we? $11.05. We've got a 4-week and 8-week bill auction at 11:30. Could be a little bit of volatility. We get a 30-year mortgage rate at 12 p.m. At 1 p.m., we get a 7-year note auction. We get a bunch of diarrhea from little Fed presidents all day long until 8 p.m. And then we get the heavy hitter tomorrow morning at 8:30. That's core PCE, personal income month over month, personal spending month over month. We did get a little bit of some weak numbers this morning, or we got some weak numbers this morning on claims. That's expected, though, isn't it? On Monday, we get ISM manufacturing PMI. That's usually a bear thing. So Monday the 2nd, then we get a super ramp into the bell on Friday. Get another chance to buy the dip on Monday, maybe 10 a.m. Also noteworthy on Friday, we get Michigan consumer sentiment at 10 a.m. That could be an inflection point where we start buying the dip. And then we just watch the dealers into the close on Friday. If they tip their hand. On the 3rd, we get jolts. That's usually a bear trade too. So maybe a little bit more dragging ass into Tuesday. A little bump up into the close. Drag some ass next week. Dealers maybe burn some upside into Monday. Come back down for jolts and ISM manufacturing. We got ISM services on Wednesday. A little bit more pinning. Could be a little bit later next week. We get claims again on Thursday, June 5th. June 6th, we've got NFP. and the unemployment rate. Claims showing NFP or unemployment rate could be kind of not ugly, but a little bit of a shock. Could be seeing some sideways action into June 5th. Some false starts to the upside, but if you're in that spread, it ain't going to matter. Super ramp up into June OPEX. Core inflation rate is on June 11th. PPI on June 12th. That could be the trigger to go higher, June 12th. Consumer sentiment on the 13th. That'll help you, hopefully help. Retail sales on the 17th. VIX-piration calendar. VIX is on the 18th of June. Also note that this June is quarterly OPEX. That means we get DivX trade. Ooh, there's some juiciness owning SPY into that. So we get VIX-piration before OPEX this month, not the opposite. Usually we'll get a dip. If it's the opposite, VIX first, OPEX second, you'll get a dip down, violent dip down one day, and then a swing high. It's also, I haven't looked at what DivX is, or the expected DivX for SPY, but there's also usually a DivX capture trade. If you don't know what that is, it's when Theta Gang is trying to get out of spreads, capture DivX, and it gets stolen from them. They buy back shares. Selling comes into the markets, and then people try to steal the DivX for one day. They dump the shares on the open of the day after DivX. So we'll look closer at that trade as it comes into focus. It's not right now, but when we get into like the middle of June, we'll talk more about it. I think also VolWiz said that he would be back here. He'll be in the Discord on Friday, middle of the day, and he'll be here for a stream heading into OPEX for the VIX-piration trade. There's two trades. There's like a VIX-piration bloodbath and a DivX capture trade, and then the ramp up into OPEX. That's June 18th and 20th. Do I get that right? Yeah, June 18th and 20th. If you are in spreads currently or are entering spreads, remember, you might not get paid, literally. You might not get paid until like 3:45, 4 p.m. on that Friday. You got to be quick. What else do I have here for you guys? I think that's it. I think that's all I got. Super ramp. See if I see anything else here. Hold on here, guys. Economic calendar is done. Oh, we've been doing stock screeners, right? Jesus, that one already ran. That one already ran. Hang tight here, guys. I'm going to put some stocks inside the Discord for you. You can dance, having the time of You're alive. Did I get that song stuck in your head too? See what's going on here. Nope, that one's already moved. Not doing that one. Whole bunch of movement already this morning. Probably should have done this earlier. Nope, that one already moved too. Everything's already moving this morning. Give me a second here, guys. I think everything's already moved. Should have done this earlier. I've got a stock for you to watch this morning. What happened to me here? Why is that not working? Is it my spelling is wrong, maybe? Nope. Oops, sorry, I wasn't watching here. I wasn't paying attention. We put the voice news on. We're getting some auctions here. Showing some weakness from the auctions. Failure here. No new high off this back test. Rid of that. Theta Gang. This is all like Theta Gang heaven right here. I don't like that one at all. Don't like that one. Don't like that one. Don't like that one. What's going on with bank stocks right now? A lot of like bank stocks are moving. Or not quite bank stocks, but all these need pullbacks. I think this one needs a pullback too. PXXL. Hold on here. That's a tough one too.
10 minutes away from the bottom of the hour, we get the 4-week bill auction data. Prior bid cover of 2.78 and a prior high yield of 4.22%.
Yeah, we got a bunch of
looking to sell
auctions coming up.
4-week bills.
I think that's all I've got for right now. I'm looking around here and I don't see anything. Let me check this really quick. That looks fucking bearish too.
So also as well for later on in June, the US Treasury to auction $68 billion in 6-month bills, and then to auction $76 billion in 3-month bills to settle on June 5th.
Remember, we've got more auctions at 1.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the
SPY trying to recover right now.
farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro.
Still a series of higher highs there, trying to break out.
1 month and save 92% to settle on June 5th.
Still no long opportunity here. Still no long opportunity. Well, I guess there is for a spread, but ooh. A lot of real estate companies too. Funding companies and real estate companies. Bet you that's a low volume. Need something that's more. Oh yeah, Gilead. It's an old school favorite right here. That one there. A lot of traffic in here. I really, really need to like break out here. Need to like break out here and then start talking about like that trade right there. Like this part of the trade right here. There's like a shit ton of downward pressure here. Nope. Oh, SLRC, huh? I remember you. I'm back at it again, huh? SLRC is back on the radar. They're a little up on their daily velo right now, but they are bullish. SLRC, you guys know that one. There's a lot of like funds right now. A lot of like money funds are all busy right now. Money funds and real estate. I don't like that one either. VIX 9-day is trading 18 right now. 1858, which is low for a 9-day VIX. VIX is at 1906 right now.
Surely expecting the 4-week bill auction data.
Trade this with futures right now. Like this, fairly easy to see. Watch out for like a liquidity grab and a 1 p.m. up here. Kind of the same setup as yesterday. Like, you know, trade this up and up and up and then wham to the downside into the close. Might grab puts if we can get high enough. Where's Friday close? Thursday, Friday. Could be another roll lower into the close today. From like 1 until 4 p.m. Get that till Friday if we do.
Week bill high yield of 4.215% and a bid to cover of 2.92. The US sells $75 billion of 4-week bills and awards 22.53% of bids at high.
There's like heavy selling in here. We're not in trend day. They're trying to like slam this down. See every one of these auctions. Here's the first auction was right here. Sell it. Next auction right here. Sell it. And they got one more here at 1 p.m. There's one more auction, like a 30-year mortgage auction up in here.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Give me like an hour here at most, maybe 15 minutes. I got to take a quick phone call and check on my daughter and just leave some voicemails or try to speak to a human. Watch out here on. We're not on trend day here, right? It looks like here's 4 p.m. Do you see this daily down here? I don't know that we can get that, but you can see they're trying for it. Someone's in here like pound it, pound it, pound it, looking for some news to like blood down here. I don't know if they can get this one on the close today. Maybe because that leaves us to Wednesday, right? And that puts us with PCE. So unrealized volatility for PCE. Live and die by the PCE sword. Who cares? And then they lift us up over here. Just note that they're in here trying to pound us down. Any kind of news. There. These are all small auctions. We got a mortgage auction coming up too. And then I'm assuming PCE. If I had to guess, which is like wait a minute. Here, and then up and down and here. Someone wants to buy this. Somewhere in there, they're trying to get it down. I don't know if we can get down there, but they're trying. I bet you I'm going to think here that someone was short. I'm betting someone was short in here yesterday. They pounded this one down. They want this. They want this right here. You can tell. I think it's higher, though. I think it's up here. Yeah, you can see him taking the hits on it. Like here, let me draw this. They're in here. So see the hit right here? They're a little bit early. I think it's a little bit higher. I think it's like up here.
As a heads up, Goldman Sachs's Kaplan says it's possible Fed won't cut rates at all this year. Also seeing Trump administration asks appeals court to pause tariff ruling. The US says it may ask Supreme Court Friday to keep tariffs intact.
Give me like 15 minutes. I'll be right back with you guys. Sorry about that.
Goldman Sachs's Kaplan says more focus is on 10-year than on the Fed funds rate. So just a heads up, we get the EIA crude oil inventories at the top of the hour. Now, last night when we had the API data, API crude oil stock change came in at a draw of 4.236 million compared to the expected build of 1 million. Cushing stock change came in at a draw of 0.342 million compared to the prior draw of 0.443 million. Gasoline stock change came in at a draw of 0.528 million compared to the prior of a draw of 3.238 million. And distiller stock change came in at a build of 1.295 million compared to the prior draw of 1.401 million. Dow turns negative, last down about 0.2%. Again, Dow turning negative, last down about 0.2%. Also, 10 minutes away from the bottom of the hour, we get the crude oil inventories from the EIA with a forecast for a draw of 1.8 million compared to the prior build of 1.328 million, and a range of a build of 2.93 million to a low of a draw of 3 million. Gasoline inventories looking for a build of 0.09 million compared to the prior build of 0.816 million. Distillate inventories forecast for a build of 0.642 million compared to the prior build of 0.579 million. And Cushing inventories prior was a draw of 0.457 million. Just a reminder with the API crude stock change data again. Last night came out as a draw of 4.236 million. Cushing stock change came in at a draw of 0.342 million. Gasoline stock change came in at a draw of 0.528 million. and Distiller Stock Exchange came in at a build of 1.295 million. Five minutes going to get the EI crude oil inventories. Forecast for a draw of 1.8 million. Prior was a build of 1.328 million. Gasoline inventories forecast is for a build of 0.09 million. Prior was a build of 0.816 million. Distillate inventories forecast is for a build of 0.642 million. Prior was a build of 0.579 million. And Cushing inventories prior was a draw of 0.457 million.
Whew. Oh, look at that blood, baby.
So just keeping an eye on the S&P 500, just seeing further declines here. No headline at the moment that we can see, but we'll keep an eye out and relay that to you as soon as we can, as soon as we do get anything. Also, it's a little bit of downside on the dollar as well.
The yields are down.
Movement on the dollar though, on the Dixie.
It's not yields. They want this down here. Woo-wee. Well, I was waiting. I was going to wait till we're up here to grab them.
The only other bit of news that we did have from earlier on at about 11:38 Eastern was Trump administration asking appeals court to pause tariff ruling, and the US may ask Supreme Court on Friday to keep tariffs intact. Other than that, nothing else. One minute to go now, Holly, with the crude oil inventories. Ten seconds.
Dixie getting annihilated right now.
A draw of 2.795 million, a draw of 2.795 million compared to the expected draw of 1.8 million. Gasoline inventories, a draw of 2.441 million, a draw of 2.441 million compared to the expected build of 0.09 million. Distillate inventories, a draw of 0.724 million, a draw of 0.724 million compared to the expected build of 0.642 million. Crude Cushing inventories, a build of 0.075 million.
You guys can see this bar right here. Let me move this down. You can see the bar right here's more down here. More downside to come.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
And we have posted out the EIA weekly inventories report on the financial use news feed for you to read through. So just a reminder, next up on the schedule, Trump is due to have lunch with Vance. Again, no indication whether there is going to be a video for that. And just like the same thing with the Trump's intelligence briefing earlier on in the morning. But at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, we do get White House's Press Secretary Levitt speaking. So for Levitt, we have put out the live feed video on her name on the economic calendar. If you just click it and it'll open up. Remember, that's about an hour away now. So quite a while, but it is there on the economic calendar on the left-hand side.
I've got the Levitt. Okay, how much does it cost though?
Just seeing here from the EIA report, US crude oil imports from Nigeria rose last week to the highest since October 2019.
July 18th. It's
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Use Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
We got another fucking ramp-a-rama coming. That away, that away. See what happens here. Yeah, still have this like 1 o'clock looming thing. Could make one more leg down. Or even like one more down here to go up. Already hit that one there. Yeah, see it right here. Watch this right here. If we can get see if that works. There's like another leg looming over here. There's risk to the downside here into the close. Hit that one too, so we don't need that one. Get rid of that one. Place here. There. So I just finished. I just got told no. So I asked my wife to look this stuff up for me, and then I'm back here trying to build a trade for the summer trade here, and every trade I'm looking at I don't like just yet. So I'm back here looking at a bunch of different trades, and when we were down here, I started looking at trades down here. Like 86, 85. I'm like, yeah, 86, 85, 80. It's pretty close. Still don't like the trade, though. Chain's still kind of thick. The chain's not cheap yet. I think for that summer trade, we're definitely waiting for tomorrow. I think so. I was looking at the chain is like still thick with still expensive. And down here, look at this together. So this is, so you can see here. Here, hold on here. Easiest way to show it. Right here. Go with this one right here. Just look at this here. This whole like ramp-o-rama thing. This 3-day up, like pump, right? Pump, and then pump. If we can get between now and like Friday midday in here, like get that VIX up here and see that cross right there. A daily trigger comes down and slams it down. That's that move. This is the move. The 3-day pump is right there, so you can catch that pump. more dip buying going on in SPX down here too. See this buyers and buyers here. Still might be one more leg in here. Might even be a leg even farther down here, but let's see what's up. I was trying to build a trade back here, but I'm looking at the chains to build a trade, and I'm not getting like the pricing that I want. In the background, I gotta be honest with you. I was like, well, fuck it. I'll just get some. I was like, I'll just buy some fucking calls farther out in time. But I know everybody doesn't have that kind of money, so I'm like, all right, I gotta do something cheaper. Like a cheaper trade here, so that I don't like diagonals because I'm looking to capture the whole trade. I want to capture like everything, the whole move up until like late June or mid July. Higher, could go all the way up there. This is higher now too. Assuming the dealers are going to try to sell this down into the close here. I think we're locked in until tomorrow, but we'll take a stab at it and see if we can catch the move higher. Just a second here. I want to look at one more thing. This one right here. See one more thing here. Hold on here, guys.
Second US court blocks Trump tariffs in case filed by toy company. Just trying to see which toy company this is. Doesn't provide any further detail. So DC District Court follows previous ruling in US Trade Court.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Talking to the Discord right now. Talking mad shit here. Oh, here I come, boys. I'm coming for him. There's another spot here to take him to right here. We got somewhere to like 130 to 230. It's in that range. I'm going to give myself till 230 depending upon if we get a rejection. Just need that 1 o'clock. Dun, dun, dun. We did it at 10:32. There's 12 o'clock. The buyers came in again. 10:30, 12 o'clock. I think we've got to like 130, 230, somewhere in there. And we switch. And I put a, just in case. I mean, I don't think we escaped today, but. And I tried building some spreads, and they look like garbage still. They don't look good.
Second judge blocks some Trump tariffs in small business case. Washington federal judge pauses tariff order for 14 days.
Well, here we go. You can dance, having the time of my life. Ooh. Bull plane forming right now on the 1 in 5 minute trigger to the upside. See if we can get it this time. Watch out for this white dotted line right here. This is where these sellers are. We got a potential cross coming up above here. Maybe we'll try to meet up with it up here and see what's going on. Sniff it out. Trying to see if we can reverse or sniff all this out up here and just see if we're going to catch that half-hour hourly cross to the downside. Check this right here. Move that up a little bit. Need to hold 588.51. Yeah, I'm not looking for the 0 dates here.
So again, with the Washington federal judge pausing tariff order for 14.
I want to leave it open to the
Original headline
breakouts and the return to the scene of the crime today. So there's like there's another thing here where there's like a return to the scene of the crime trade intraday. I don't think we get there, but if we do get there, then I want the exposure. So I want the tomorrow and higher 95s. If we start reversing, we'll see what's up. We start reversing to the downside. I think we got a window here from like 130 to 230 to go up. So we'll see how good we do. I'm getting told no with summer camp with my youngest. So my oldest is like taking off early for the summer. I have 2 daughters, right? You guys, I've known you guys now, like, it's kind of crazy. I've known you guys now for a significant portion of my children's lives. And I'm in this, like, place with my kids where you guys know when I start talking like this because we're going to go up, right? I already know where we're going. So I think, maybe I'm wrong, but try to fill some time here. So, I get paid. You guys have known my kids for a long time. I've had them on the show here for years, pop them in, pop them out so you can catch up with them, and I tell you stories about them as they grow older. I remember when I was a child, I had a lot in common with my siblings. And as I grew, I was the oldest, and as I began to grow older, I grew away from my siblings. And I didn't become friends with them again until I got older when they became adults. There's like like the break between childhood and teenage years, young teenage years, and then young adults, older teenage years. And like you start hitting like 16, 17, 18 and starting to become an adult. And you leave your childhood siblings to some extent. So my oldest is beginning to enter adulthood, young adulthood. And my youngest, there's years between them. We had one child and then a second. And my oldest is going. She's not only she's gonna do like a, what do they call it, a sojourn or something like that for the summer, like between summer or between high school and college. And I'm thinking deeply about my youngest daughter. She's going to be losing her older sister that's there all the time, you know? And they've been very close. And it's going to, my youngest won't tell me this, but.
Met with Trump today at the White House.
She's making a lot more friends and she's more independent, the youngest one, but she's still young. She's 12, you know? So she's just starting to make her friends and stuff. We're coming into summertime and I keep thinking about like my wife and I are getting older. My youngest, does she want to hang out with me and my wife? Not really. and just got
So this
friends
is
and
a
stuff to
statement
hang out
from
with this
the-
summer.
We'll get it out on the feed.
We get it, yeah. Put it on the feed, man. Powell met with Trump today at the White House. Woo!
Powell did not discuss expectations for monetary policy.
Powell met with Trump today at the White
and
House.
inflation.
Statement on Powell's meeting with President Trump. Where is it? Where the fuck is the statement? Come on, financial juice, post it. Oh,
Powell said his policy will depend on incoming economic information.
that looks like negotiations with the FOMC, with the Federal Reserve. That's not negative. Meetings are always good. Conversations are always good. Where the fuck is the where? Oh, there it is. Hold on, I got it. I got it. Oh, it doesn't say much. At the president's invitation, there's a little dig from Jerome. Well, it's not just a dig. Jerome shouldn't ask to see the. Well, it should be the president should be asking for Jerome to come to the White House. That's true. Chair Powell met, but it's still kind of a dig. Chair Powell met with the president today at the White House.
Policy path depends on incoming data and outlook.
Today at the White House to discuss economic developments, including for growth, employment, and inflation. Chair Powell did not discuss his expectations for monetary policy, except to stress that the path of policy will depend entirely on incoming economic information and what that means for the outlook. You want to hear that. That's all normal shit. Finally, Chair
We have
Powell said.
posted out the link on the Financial News feed for you to read through.
Finally, Chair Powell said that he and his colleagues on the FOMC will set monetary policy. Let me mute this for a minute here. You're not getting competing voices here. Finally, Chair Powell said that he and his colleagues on the FOMC will set monetary policy as required by law to support maximum employment and stable prices, usual Fed speak, and will make those decisions based solely on careful, objective, and non-political analysis. You want to hear all this stuff. It's all the normal stuff. But I am fascinated to find out what they talked about off the record. It's still a good sign. If Trump is asking for Powell to come to the White House, it's good. It's good in a bunch of ways because you have on the record, off the record stuff. It means they're still on speaking terms. It also means that it opens the door to. I know Chair Powell says he's done, or he's hinted that he wants to finish out this term and he's done. He doesn't necessarily have to leave the Federal Reserve either. He can stay on board. After his chairmanship, they have jobs for him and shit like that. And he could actually stay with the Fed. But this actually opens the door to rumor and conjecture that maybe he stays on for another term. Now, I don't know. I mean, if you ask me if I think he's going to stand for another term, probably not. But this is a positive development. Whenever you have them on speaking terms, anyone, think about a friend that's fighting with another friend and you care about both of them, or maybe you don't like one or you like the other. Let's say you like one and don't like the other. If you see him speaking, that's going to make you mad, right? If you like them both, you want to see them speaking and not fighting. If you dislike them both, you don't want to see them speaking. So it's always good to see people talking. So that's actually a good outcome right now. They've met. So that's all good to see. Powell met with Donald J. Trump today, President Trump today. So that's good to see. The public statement is expected. There's nothing to not expect on that. And how it's said. And I've told you in the past that Jerome has been probably retail or Bob on Main Street's best friend through this whole process. Probably the closest thing you could get as a citizen to a friend in government today. It's probably him. I don't think that there's anyone else that's a friend of Bob on Main Street today. I can't think of anyone out there that's been in any way, shape, or form on like a pleb like me and you's side. So that's positive. This is good. You want to hear that and see that, especially after all this stuff. I'm also going to assume that after this stuff yesterday with the courts, that Trump is looking for help in places that wherever he can find support and help. There's probably requests out there, like the backroom stuff. You want to see that playing ball as best that you can. So that's actually a positive thing today to see in some negative news, or negative depending on how you look at it with tariffs. 10-year yield was down, I thought. Yeah, 10-year yield is down, not up. I got the yield going down all day long today. It's on the way back up here, but velocity and yield is it means more. Dollar getting annihilated earlier. It's holding on right now and some support, some thought to be support. See if we can put a small rally together. Maybe we can take the stops on sellers here. Take some of these stops out on the sell side, and even if we're going to roll. Remember, the market's not up or down. We do have some volatility coming up, so be careful here too. Just be aware we've got some auctions coming up. We've got some mortgage stuff going on, I think, at 1 p.m. What do we got here? Today's Thursday. Nope, we got a 7-year note auction today. We had a 5-year that was good yesterday for some upside, so we'll see if we catch some more upside today. I think we had a 5-year yesterday at 1 p.m. Led to a quick squeeze to the upside. Then thereafter, we've got Kugler, Daly, and Logan. They're just like blabbing mouth. We got Fed balance sheet at 4:30. I still think we got to roll lower, but I think the window for that's closer to like 1:30, 2:30 this afternoon. Kind of like when we roll, if we're bullish on a day, we're going all the way up. We roll down until 1:30, 2:30. We roll down. We're doing the inverse right now. We'll see if we can get some upside here. Oh, do you guys want me to put Levitt on? Oh, here we go. Also, we got Levitt in the background. I'll put the audio on if she goes crazy or anything. If she goes crazy and she's not on topic for the markets, I'll turn it off. I got a crazy story about this. I said something on socials yesterday that I deleted. I thought it was nasty of me to say, so I deleted it and said, "Cap, be nice" in a tweet. I went to, when I told you I went to a sub-Ivy League school, now times have changed, but when I was younger, St. Anselm's and its sister college was a school called Riviere College. St. Anselm's and Riviere. And the St. Anselm's was the men's school, and Riviere was the women's school. And they were very private at that time and very expensive. Very expensive, very private, and they were a men's school and a women's school. They weren't co-ed. I got a fun story for you. So I got accepted to St. A's, and that's where I was going to go to college. Now, these two schools were connected, and it was the first year that they opened up the co-ed at both schools. And it was applying to school and speaking to the athletic director. And he's like, "Look, we're going to have a men's soccer team at the women's school. We're opening up to men. We don't have a lot of men willing to go to school at the school. And we'll get you some good scholarships and grants if you join the soccer team for the women's school." And I said yes to it. Now things have changed since then. I think Riviera has become more of a commuter school, but it used to be very exclusive, very like it was oh. Yeah. Oh, what was happening? Oh. What are you doing, Spoos? What you doing up there, Spoozy? Whoa! What you doing, Spoos? Are you taking stops right now?
Exactly. So used to seeing that.
Anyways, I am an alumni of that school system at that time period. It was a very hard school to get into. It was not easy. And at that time, you had, by the way, we've got a bull cross coming up in the 1 in 5 minute trigger. There in that school was not easy. I had the professor teacher rate or the professor student ratio at that time was like 15 to maybe 20 students. There was no large lecture halls and all of this, and this was a Catholic school too. And when I went to the sister school, it was they had a big women's studies program that was required I had to take. It's like turned me into a closet feminist. They used to yell at me. I was like, that was the first class of men. It was 26 men. And so like they were out, we were the whipping post. You're everything that's wrong with society. Like sit down, shut up, ask questions, and do not. They had nuns and stuff like that. It was wild. But at any rate, I didn't realize that she went to St. A's. Now those schools have changed since then. But I am an alum. I had no idea that she's an alum. And the alumni letter came out this week and went off the handlebars. Now watch out for all this. This is volatility up here. Do 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 do. We do have a 1 p.m. 7-year note here, so be careful. Notice how we're losing some liquidity in the market here.
Basically said, John said he cannot consider that an emergency.
There's a bear up there somewhere.
About that, but just as we were coming to air, this is going to, another federal judge here in Washington, D.C. struck down, or at least blocked, some of the executive orders related to tariffs and China that President Trump signed around Liberation Day. And so now those are on hold too. So if you're keeping score at home, basically everything that they've been trying to do here has...
Oh, dude, 100%. Trump is going to say that Powell agreed to lower rates.
Making
Like all caps.
or these tariffs that are now the centerpiece of President Trump's economic
100%.
the tariffs might not be legal, and if
Does it matter though?
how does that affect negotiations?
We had a good talk. He listened to everything I told him that I wanted. Yeah, the way he's gonna word it too is gonna be like that.
Last night, once everybody got home, that Elon Musk was beginning the process of offboarding, so he's not around anymore. We heard him complaining.
Yeah, it was a good meeting. It was a good meeting. Like, you know, it's all we made up too. The whole that tweet that I met with Powell is gonna be all fucking lies.
But at least as far as we know, kind of an Irish goodbye.
Get a big rip from it.
Visible faces of the administration to date from January.
Dude, doggone it, 100%, brother. 100 fucking percent. You know that's what the tweet's gonna be. I'm bullish on oil this summer, like July. We're at 45. I'm pretty bullish. I want to get long oil this summer. 45. Have you looked at the oil charts? I want to show. I'm gonna show you this, brother. Hold on, man. Have you looked at the CL charts? I gotta hold on, brother. I'm gonna show you some, or not show you, but I'm gonna ping you with some right now in the Discord. This should kick off inflation. Hold on here, brother. I want to show you this. Please, please, please be nice today. Please be nice today. Love it. Please just have a good smile. Don't rage on the press. Stay focused. Where are we at? What page are you looking for here? 64. Yeah, baby. What do we got here? Please let it be nice. Like, I wonder what she does sometimes in like the back. She's like, don't let it get to you. Don't let it get to you. Where's this Brent cycle? 2025 oil cycle forecast. Damn, it's like late August for real. Crude is August. Bottom should be first week of August. First week of August. The gas cycle was right on stop there point. Hold on a second here, guys.
Oh no! Now you're telling me, yeah. I mean, New Jersey. Oh well, too late for that. That's fine.
I mean, I'm sure that's
Not today yet, but I'm just haven't appeared publicly.
Still waiting here. If she says that, if she comes out, doggone it, if she comes out and says anything about the meeting with like Powell and he's going to cut rates, woof. Move stops up right there. Like if she says anything about Powell being positive.
Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
Here we go.
Anticipate her arrival any moment right now, as we did want to share that breaking news with you that a second federal judge has now blocked President Trump's tariffs. This was a social media post by Kyle Cheney, and we did just want to share part of that ruling for you. It says, further ordered that the preliminary injunction ordered herein shall be stayed for 14 days.
Further
So
from
that the
Kyoto,
parties may seek
seafood
review
exports
in the
from
Court
some
of
Japan
Appeals. So
areas.
14 days,
Voice
that
news
does appear to be
disconnected.
a time frame for perhaps the Trump administration to go to the Court of Appeals, and this is immediately set forth right there. So we did want to share that breaking news with you as we do await Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt to take to the podium. This is a look right here inside the White House briefing room right here. We have seen quite a bit of movement, not Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, but it does look like notes have been now added to the podium right there as we continue to keep a very close eye on this live look.
Yeah, how much did I pay for Grey Ghost?
I really don't want to step away.
How much did that cost me that night? Did I pay for that or did you?
Oh, perfect. Okay. Oh, thanks. We're continuing to keep a very close eye on this live look. But while we wait for Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, I did want to share with you just another.
We were pounding Champers bottles we were just slamming Champer bottles.
I'm going to bring that up right here. It says there he is the judge who ruled. This is the second federal judge who ruled against President Trump's tariffs.
We had Grandma's meatloaf too, didn't we?
Judge limited the effect of his ruling to two companies that
Grandma's Chinese meatloaf. We ate that too.
Would apply to any other litigants in this case. So according to Kyle Cheney, it is, quote,
that pate was good.
Open the floodgates right here. We're just going to have to wait and see. It really just came down moments ago, and you can imagine that there's going to be a lot of reaction, a lot of questions, no doubt.
Oh, look at these sellers trying to come in here.
Caroline Leavitt takes to the podium. This is the initial post by Kyle Cheney right there on the left-hand side of it.
We got to hold this here.
Snippet from the ruling from U.S. District Judge Rudolph Contreras, also indicating that
if she starts with Powell, man,
will be stayed for 14 days so that parties may seek review in the Court of Appeals. And the Trump administration.
President Trump wanted me to tell you that a great conversation with Powell. He's willing to cut rates whenever needed.
Perhaps a little more action later on today.
I've got him on speed dial on my flip phone.
To await Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt right here. We're
going out to brunch on Sunday.
The White House briefing room, and you can see that everyone is seated. Typically, that indicates this is going to get underway any moment right now. But just as we wait, I want to share a little more information about a number of major topics that Secretary Caroline Leavitt will likely be asked about, including the federal court in New York that handed President Trump a setback yesterday. That was the first federal judge who blocked his tariff plan. It was a three-judge panel of the U.S. Court of International Trade that ruled that President Trump overstepped his authority when he invoked the 1977 International Emergency Economics Power Act to declare a national emergency.
Wall Street's like, okay, we can be long again.
That he imposed. Now, those tariffs overturned.
We weren't expecting that ruling yesterday.
We saw massive disruption among global commerce.
We're not upside down in the trade anymore.
With the foreign markets and here domestically as well, a lot wondering how that would impact prices and whether that could
hey
recession in the United States. And we did also share that live look with you from the Dow Jones Index, going back to it because we've seen some change in just the past 15 minutes or so. This is a live look. Now, when I showed this to you live before, it was currently in the red. You can see that it's now rebounded to the green, now up about 14 or so points. So the volatility of the market continues as we follow the breaking news that a second federal judge has now, at least temporarily, blocked President Trump's tariffs. It's been a roller coaster of a Thursday, but not really surprising right there. All right, as we await for this, and we're going to go to the briefing room as soon as that happens. But I did also want to let you know that Secretary Bissett,
nice little bull plane here, nice little back test, looking good.
got excited because you can see that there is now movement in the White House briefing room, not Caroline Levitt. So I saw the door open.
Jesus, they're giving play-by-play like
As this is live TV,
someone moved a pencil.
always know what is around the bend right there. As we do.
Reporter in the second row just adjusted his tie as we await.
Speaking at an event happening right now, having to do with financial and educational commissions right there. So we're going to transition to that, monitoring this live look, as always.
Let me go over there and put this on a different channel here. And just make sure I got a couple news feeds up. Wait a minute.
Commissions right there. So we're going to transition to that,
I'm going to
monitoring,
speed this up for a minute. It might sound weird.
as always. This live look, as always.
More than 1,000 institutions we supervise operate in a safe and sound manner, provide fair access to financial services, treat customers fairly, and comply with applicable laws and regulations. Financial literacy education plays a key part of driving financial
So they've got us waiting in the wings right now.
Also, Goolsby says that this court ruling may extend out uncertainty.
Financial literacy helps consumers to preserve their well-being by avoiding frauds and scams. And financial inclusion can help children and youth gain the fundamental skills and practices that will benefit them as they mature. The OCC has long supported the banking system's efforts to promote financial education for their customers.
Surprised at how much lagging that is.
By providing information.
Goolsby is saying the administration could use, Goolsby is saying if the court ruling on tariffs leads to further extension of uncertainty, that would be more negative. The administration could use other justifications to impose tariffs. Goolsby, this court ruling may extend out uncertainty, lending volatility to markets.
Surely expecting the Fed reverse recuperation data.
Boy, everybody's short here, huh? Market short, financial juice is short, Federal Reserve is short, everybody's short.
Of financial education. OCC publications and resource directories point to best practices for financial.
Everybody wants retail on the top so they can sell into them.
Importance of evaluating the program's impact.
Meanwhile, retail's not buying any of this.
The OCC encourages banks to consider how they can support customers' financial health and well-being. To do so, banks may look for ways to understand their customers' challenges, consider opportunities to provide responsive products and services.
That's the stops right there.
To support customer efforts to improve their financial position. I quoted
Spoo's looking a little weak here.
agency. I'd like to now have a quote.
They want to sell this fucker down bad, huh? Look at this.
Predict the future.
They are trying.
End quote. In the banking sector and beyond.
Watch out for this right here. They want to blood this thing.
Of delivering helpful financial products.
Make sure you have stops raising this green bar here.
Sound and cost efficient. Everyone in the financial ecosystem, including a lot of the financial educators here today, should carefully monitor the rapidly changing financial marketplace and update financial education strategies accordingly. For example, in 2023,
I'm going to turn this a little bit lower until we go back to the presser.
34 counterparties take $165.66 billion at the Fed reverse recuperation.
And the window is leaving us here too. From 1:30 to 2:30. That's really the only window we have here if you're buying to go up. Very small window here. So we're back to the presser. Here we go.
Hello, everybody.
digital asset investors may
Wait a minute.
time investors. So I think it's going to be
Oh, no, it was just somebody with a
investor
Headline
education
list of
efforts.
Financial Juice Pro. Now only 9.
There's just someone bringing paperwork.
Levitt currently speaking now, saying Trump faced judicial overreach on tariffs last night.
The OCC is pleased to work with our colleagues in the FLEC
Are they going to jump back here or what?
On the feed as well.
to financial education resources.
No, it's not right now. It's not doing that. There's no fucking feed.
So also from TASS site,
Here we go. Here we go.
Ministry, composition of Russian delegation to second round of
Jesus.
Ukraine discussions in Istanbul will be the same.
This
Using his full and proper legal.
this is way behind. This is like 5 minutes behind.
Posed universal tariffs and reciprocal and economy posed by large
This is probably a minute or two behind.
U.S. goods trade deficits.
Levitt says
The United
that
States
Trump's
has run a trade
rationale
deficit of
is
goods
legally
every
sound.
year since 1975. In 2024, our trade deficit in goods exceeded $1 trillion. Everybody agrees this is
That's false, by the way.
is delivering on his promise to fix this problem, and he has taken a long overdue and much needed bold stance for American workers after decades of our manufacturing base being
This is where I am right here.
The president's rationale for imposing these powerful tariffs was legally sound and grounded in common sense. President Trump correctly believes that America cannot function safely long-term if we are unable to scale advanced domestic manufacturing capacity, have our own secure critical supply chains, and our defense industrial base.
Levitt says a
dependent on
trade
foreign
court
adversaries.
abused judicial
3
power.
Judges of the U.S. Court of International Trade disagreed and brazenly abused their judicial power to usurp the authority of President Trump to stop
Starting to lose it here.
the mandate that the American people gave him.
And
These
courts
judges
should
failed
have
to
no
acknowledge
role
that
here.
The President of the United States has
Again,
full
saying
foreign
courts
affairs
should have
powers
no role
already
in
given to
tariffs.
him by Congress to protect the United States economy and national security. Congress had created the National Emergency Act to provide the congressional framework to strike down improper IEEPA use. And any questions over whether President Trump improperly imposed these IEEPA tariffs were already adjudicated in Congress following Liberation Day. Congress firmly rejected an effort led by Senator Rand Paul and Democrats to terminate the president's reciprocal tariffs. The courts should have no role here. There is a troubling and dangerous trend of unelected judges inserting themselves.
Levitt says that the U.S. filed an emergency motion for stay.
America cannot function if President Trump, or any other president for that matter,
And
has
the
their
Supreme
sensitive
Court must
diplomatic
put an
or
end to
trade
this.
negotiations railroaded by activist judges. President Trump is in the process of rebalancing America's trading agreements with the entire world, bringing tens of billions of dollars in tariff revenues to our country.
She always sounds like she's.
Republicans should pass
These
tax
judges
bill.
are threatening to undermine the credibility of the United States on the world stage. The administration has already filed an emergency motion for a stay pending appeal and an immediate administrative stay to strike down this egregious decision. But ultimately, the Supreme Court must put an end to this for the sake of our Constitution and our country. With Congress returning next week, it's critical that Senate Republicans maintain the momentum and quickly pass the One Big Beautiful Bill. The One Big Beautiful Bill will truly make America safe and prosperous. The One Big Beautiful Bill includes the largest border security investment ever. That's why the law enforcement groups are lining up to encourage its swift passage. The National Fraternal Order of Police, the largest police union in the country, just endorsed key provisions of the bill. The FOP president announced their strong support, saying the One Big Beautiful Bill Act is more than legislation. It is a promise kept to the public safety officers across the country and a bold step toward an economy that respects, rewards, and uplifts the people who keep it safe. And the National Border Patrol Council, which represents nearly 20,000 Border Patrol agents, hailed the legislation as well. The group's president said this legislation provides a once-in-a-generation investment in the border security.
That's a nice high tick right there.
And will make America safer. The One Big Beautiful Bill will guarantee.
Levitt
we
says
can
tax
permanently
bill
have the
CBO
safest,
estimate
strongest,
is
and
a
most secure
shoddy
immigration
assumption.
system in American history. I also want to take the opportunity to debunk some false claims that have been circulating in the press about this bill. The blatantly wrong claim that the One Big Beautiful Bill increases the deficit is based on the Congressional Budget Office and
It does.
who use shoddy assumptions.
Oh, come on back up, baby. Come on back up. Come on back up. Come on back up.
Administration.
Go higher.
For example,
Higher.
before Congress enacted the original Trump tax cuts at the end of 2017,
Nice tick. Nice tick.
projected that growth would average a mere 1.9% over the next 10 years.
However, by 2019, actual growth had surged to 3.4% once the Trump tax cuts went into effect, exceeding the CBO forecast by nearly 2 full percentage points. The CBO's latest forecast makes the same anemic growth assumptions as they did in 2017, missing the impact of the One Big Beautiful Bill. The CBO assumes long-term GDP growth of an anemic 1.8%, and that is absurd. The American economy is going to boom like never before after the One Big Beautiful Bill is passed. The largest
Who writes this shit?
cut in history, massive deregulation, the most
Add in the economy is gonna boom.
fuel small businesses, further boost private investment, increase workers' wages, and
I don't like this candle here.
the Council of Economic Advisors has factored in the effects of all these pro-growth policies and estimated in their own analysis that growth will average 3% in the long run after the One Big Beautiful Bill is
I hate these. These are reversal candles here.
This higher growth would result in $4.1 trillion in additional revenue over the next 10 years.
Put that over there so you can watch it.
Says that there will be no increase to deficit from the tax
and
bill.
the robust economic growth that will be generated as a result of it, there will be no increase to the deficit. The same analysis from
A lot of fucking sellers in here.
package will unleash prosperity and ignite a blue-collar
Seller here, seller here. That candle's ugly.
Democrats get their way and the One Big Beautiful Bill does not pass, Americans will face a whopping $4 trillion tax hike. This is unacceptable to President Trump. President Trump will not allow Democrats to massively raise Americans' taxes. Senate Republicans must get this bill passed. Failure is not an option. The American people are counting on Republicans to deliver. In other news, despite all the doom casting from the media, Americans are growing more
Doom casting?
about the economy under this president. Consumer confidence surged in May with the biggest monthly jump in 4 years, smashing expectations. According to the release from the Consumer Confidence
No.
Index, the increase in confidence was broad-based across all age groups.
It was in the utter shitter. It's a squiggle.
The country is clearly heading in the right direction under President Trump's bold leadership. For the first time in history of Rasmussen polling, a majority of Americans believe the country is on the right track.
And that's false too.
Because the president
God damn it, so much fucking shit to wade through.
American people. Here in our new media seat today, we have the editor-in-chief of The Federalist, Molly Hemingway. The Federalist is led by Molly and Sean Davis and provides fearless journalism and coverage of politics and culture to millions of readers all over the world. Thank you for being here, Molly, and why don't you please kick us off?
Thank you, Caroline.
Thank you.
In the first Trump administration, there was an effort to stymie the agenda of Trump through the Russia collusion hoax perpetuated by many people in the media, including some people seated here, or the media outlets they represent, and other Democrats as well. The second Trump administration, to reference what you said at the beginning, seems to be subject to an effort to stymie the agenda using rogue lower court judges. You mentioned that the Supreme Court could and should do something to rein in these lower court judges. Also, Congress could do something about it, but they don't seem terribly interested in it. It also seems there's not much of an actual coordinated effort from this White House to take and tackle this effort from judges, Democrats and other people using these judges to stymie the agenda. Is there an actual effort by this White House to tackle this issue?
Levis says the US is
in a
fighting
comprehensive way?
bloc
If so, what is it?
from
There is
the
an
trade
effort by
court.
this administration to tackle these rogue judges in our broken judicial system in every case. I mean, we have seen time and time again these lower district court judges ruling against this administration in the president's basic executive authority
And then a
powers.
DC
And
judge
this
ruled
administration
against
is
Trump's
fighting every
tariff
single one
power.
of those battles in court, including already the block that came down from the tariff court, the IEPA court last night.
See right there, they just got me.
Briefing room, I understand that there was another district court judge right here in Washington, D.C. who ruled against the president's tariff power. And I will get to the heart of your question, and I'm glad that we are addressing this in the room today, because nationwide injunctions ordered against the first Trump administration, Trump 1.0, account for more than half of the injunctions issued in this country.
That took my stops right there.
And President Trump had more injunctions in
$1.
the whole month of office in February
Right on the zero.
in 3
Right on the penny right there, that tick.
these radical injunctions to paint the picture American people at home. These are not just talking points. These are real judges in the court of law who are trying to block the president's power and the policies that he was elected to enact. For example, A court ordered the Trump administration to return already deported terrorist aliens back to the United States. A court has ruled the Trump administration can't even
Why is she yelling right now?
refugee programs. Courts prohibited the Trump administration from eliminating federal funding for child
Who is this? Is this like a plant from the Federalists?
a practice that the American people overwhelmingly reject. A court also held that the Trump administration could not ban people experiencing gender dysphoria or mental health issues from serving in the military. Ridiculous. Courts prohibited the removal of transgender women from women's prisons despite potential physical harm to real women in those prisons, biological women. A Northern District of California judge issued an absurd ruling that the president cannot fire people within the executive.
She's like yelling at me right now.
A bill, even though Congress has expressly authorized the president through the Office of Personnel Management to authorize reductions in force across agencies. A court also ordered the Trump administration to rehire thousands of already fired employees in several cases. A federal judge blocked the Trump administration from defunding the Department of Education, another signature campaign promise that this president has the power to implement.
Levis says that I hope Supreme Court will weigh
funding for illegal DEI programs, hence the word illegal. These are illegal programs to begin with, and now the courts are trying to say this president can't roll them back. And a district court judge prohibited the president from issuing any categorical funding freezes. And then another court ordered on top of that the administration makes $2 billion of payments in 36 hours. These are just a few of the ridiculous orders that we have seen from lower district court judges every day, and we hope that the Supreme Court will weigh in and rein them in.
But White House advisor Stephen Miller says it's judicial tyranny. Some people are calling it a judicial coup. You're saying you're responding to each and every one of these actions, efforts by these judges to delay or thwart the implementation of the agenda. But is there going to be anything more than that, or is it just going to let this operation continue, even though it could delay everything?
Come on, give me a fucking fill.
Is operating under the directive given to from the president that we need to comply with the court's orders. He's made that very clear, but we're going to fight them in court, and we're going to win on the merits of these cases because we know we are acting with
I'm losing this stream here. Hold on, guys. I'm trying to like do a bunch of shit at the same time. I'm like trying to get a fill here on more calls.
executive authorities. And thanks for being here. Gabe.
Hey, foreign policy news, some breaking news. Some local Israeli.
Hold on here. I got a bunch of shit going on here in the background.
Special Envoy Witkoff and the president.
I'm losing this, not the stream. I'm losing her.
That Israel proposal before it was sent to Hamas. I can also confirm that the
Watch out for the roll here. You can see the 1 and 5 minute trigger rolling down to the downside, trying to take us down into the close here.
as we are in the midst of this right now.
Target to the downside into the bell if we do begin to roll. If we do begin to roll, it's going to be into the close. 580.
Kevin Hassett earlier this morning, he brushed off.
439. 584.39. I'm losing this.
We expect to take tariff battle to the Supreme Court.
Turn some of this shit off here.
Because other countries around the world have faith in the negotiator-in-chief.
I feel like she's yelling directly at me.
The administration is going to win, and we intend to win. We already filed an emergency appeal. We expect to fight this battle all the way to the Supreme Court. These other countries should all.
What the fuck is going on here? Why am I losing the stream?
Also know, and they do. Section 232, for example, are being restored around the world. But I can confirm that our ambassador for trade, Jameson Greer, already heard from countries around the world this morning who said they intend to continue with these negotiations. Peter.
Thank you, Caroline. So many of the president's plans right now are being blocked by courts. If the courts are going to be the ones who are shaping policy, does the president wish he would have just...
I think the president would take this job over being a judge, and certainly the president is acting within his authority. He wishes judges would do the same.
But so the courts are basically telling you guys they think against the law. So why can't President Trump ask the Republicans that control the House and the Republicans that control the Senate just to make a new law?
President by the Constitution and by laws that have been previously passed. I'll give you another example. For instance, we've been blocked in court for the revocation of visas from America. Secretary of State Rubio has simply used used his authority to revoke those visas, to revoke that privilege, and we've seen the courts try to block that. So if these judges want to be the Secretary of State or they want to be the president, they can run for office themselves. It should be the other way around. But all of the actions the president has taken rely on legal authorities that have already been granted to him by our nation's existing laws.
And on a different topic, there's some folks in President Biden's inner circle who are now in talks with Republicans in Congress to give interviews about how they may have handled President Biden's decline. Is the president satisfied with aides only sitting for these transcribed interviews, or would he also like to see some kind of testimony from the former First Lady, Dr. Biden?
I think, frankly, the former First Lady should certainly speak up about what she saw in regards to her husband and when she saw it and what she knew, because I think anybody looking again at the videos and photo evidence of Joe Biden with your own eyes and a little bit of common sense can see this was a clear cover-up, and Jill Biden was certainly complicit in that cover-up. There's documentation, video evidence of her clearly shielding her husband away from the cameras. They were just on The View last week. She was saying everything is fine. She's still lying to the American people. She thinks the American public are so stupid that they're going to believe.
Oh, dude, she shouldn't be commenting. I'm not going to talk about this stuff. This was shit like...
Caroline.
Please just stay on topic, Levitt.
The big, beautiful bill increases the budget deficit.
Stay on stock market.
And undermines the work of DOJ. On those remarks, he just talked about the need to...
I'm losing this, oh, what the fuck is...
claim that the big, beautiful bill increases the budget deficit and undermines the work of DOJ. On those remarks, he just talked about the need to... Does the president think about what Elon Musk said?
Well, the president is very proud of the one. He wants the Senate to get to work on it and send it to his desk as quickly as possible. Of course, as you know, Elon Musk announced last night his departure as an official special government employee from the... We thank him for getting DOJ off of the ground, and the efforts to cut waste, fraud, and abuse will continue.
So he doesn't have any comment about Musk saying it adds to the deficit?
Levitt says that Trump has other legal authorities for tariffs.
This bill saves $1.6 trillion, according to the Council of Economic Advisors, and the analyses that the president believes. Like that comment doesn't mean it's not a comment. Rachel.
Thanks, Caroline. Back on trade, I know you said the White House is going to fight this ruling in court. Is the administration to carry out the president's trade policy?
The president's trade policy will continue. We will comply with the court orders, but yes, other legal authorities where he can dispute the fact that the president a national emergency when it came to fentanyl, and when it came to our crippling deficits and the lack of critical supply chains here at home. That is the reasoning for the president's tariffs, and the court didn't dispute those facts, by the way. And there have been other...
That's what I was wondering this morning.
President's position. In fact, a rule...
I wonder if they didn't dispute those facts because they will do that next. I talked about this in the show.
That I grant the president the authority to unilaterally...
I'm going to slow this down for a minute because this is an important point here. Attorneys normally will only dispute what they need to get something to happen and leave dry ammunition. It's very similar to you'll see like a criminal do something, and let's say they kidnap, aggravated assault, and then do something else. They'll only prosecute for 1 or 2 crimes. Not that this is a crime, but I read through the transcript of the decision by this court, and they did not bring up at all the services, nor that they base this on retail pricing. And Levitt here is saying, well, they didn't argue that yesterday, and what this reporter is asking, they may be saving that for another case. This is like the whole speed bump thing and Quagmire thing. So they only, like, if you were arguing against tariffs, you wouldn't blanket argue everything. You would only do what you think you need to do.
Statement is correct. However, the president did say that he...
There I go. Out again. God damn it.
Lowering interest rates, which is putting us at an economic disadvantage to China and other countries. And the president's been very vocal about that, both publicly and now I can reveal privately as well.
Did he speak at all about his plans for that position, but whether he would seek to move Jay Powell out of that position or keep him in until his term ends?
No.
Okay. Ask very quickly on the tariff question. You mentioned
They just keep hunting me. I keep getting stopped out.
suggesting that you might sort of speed up some of the existing 232 investigations.
I'm going to have to switch to the bear side here into the close.
If this ruling doesn't go your way, of course you hope it does.
I'm not suggesting that. I'm just simply stating the fact that the president has other legal authorities he can
So we're losing time here.
is willing to use those as
Maybe I can show you guys this really quick.
in 232 tariffs on specific industries.
We're losing time. We only have so much time to go up here
Whether or not he
before this roll happens. 1, 2, 3, and then down.
for 4 months, what does he believe is going to happen in the next 1.5 to 2 weeks that would change his opinion?
Well, it is my understanding.
And we could just do this right here, just fade, 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 and then bam. This is the same thing
In Istanbul,
as this.
that meeting is going to take place, and that is a meeting the president encouraged and urged for these two sides to come together and negotiate directly. And the president has been clear from the very beginning of this conflict that he wants to see this conflict solved on the negotiating table. Not
Let's look at some puts.
to both leaders, again, both publicly and privately. So
I don't want to get these puts until 1:30 regardless. Or excuse me, 2:30. So I'm going to set up some puts here. Hold on.
to Kelly in the back.
Thanks, Caroline.
Sure.
I wanted to just clarify once and for all the Qatari jet, the sale or the gift, because the Qatari government is asking the U.S. to clarify that the jet's pending transfer was initiated by the Trump administration. So is this something that the White House is going to do?
The amount of questions we've received, and we've been incredibly clear, and I have answered this, the president has answered this, the Department of Defense has answered this. This is a government-to-government gift transfer from the Qataris to the Department of Defense, to the United States Air Force. It is now in their hands, and for further details on where that stands, I would defer you to the Department of Defense and the United States Air Force. I have nothing more for you on that. Deanna.
Thanks, Caroline. 2 questions, one on Big Beautiful Bill, one on immigration.
Sure.
Yesterday, Trump said, we will be negotiating that bill, and I'm not happy about certain aspects of it, but I'm thrilled by other aspects of it. Wondering if you could, share any specifics on that. And on immigration, do you know how many illegal migrants have taken Trump's voucher program so far and have deported themselves?
I believe it's in the thousands of those who have chosen.
This is all still viable here, but time is running out. So we're either going to squeeze balls and I'll buy them, or trade here and then I'll buy them. But I ain't getting ground out in these puts here.
Deport you if you're here illegally. That's our intention. As for the first question, what the president was speaking about is how this is a great bill. However, it has come as a result of a hard negotiation. It's difficult to get things done.
No discussion on Powell yet.
This bill is moving in the right direction, and thanks to House Republicans and the leadership over.
This isn't a good look right now by her either. She should have been really calm in this conversation with the press before, and she didn't need the plant with the Federalists either.
To his desk as soon as possible. Sure.
Has this administration been briefed about the incident that happened in Gaza on Tuesday during the rollout of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation distribution of aid to Palestinians there? And should there be a ceasefire, will this administration continue to rely on this foundation for the distribution of aid to civilians?
Are you referring, what incident are you referring to?
Tuesday,
when the aid was rolled out to Gaza for the first time in many months, and meals and food was given to hungry people thanks to President Trump. Yes, we were briefed on that plan. The president was the reason that that aid went into Gaza, and he got the Israelis to support that plan. And I would add that the previous administration rejected such a plan to ensure that these start.
I'm going to mute that really quick. We're kind of running out of time here. We just scooched this up here. I still like the upside trade here, but if we get pinned in here, I don't want to get eaten alive with time decay. So either buying puts for tomorrow here or somewhere in here if we grind sideways. Try to get the close on this. There will likely be one more pump on the opening bell tomorrow if we do this trade, if this works out. Now, I've been buying dips down here, getting stopped out, like buy a dip, boom, back down, stopped out, buy a dip, boom, back down, stopped out. But I don't like the time. I don't like the time. We're running out of time here, so we'll see what happens.
All hostages. We are moving the ball.
I was hoping for a little bit of
The president wants to see people.
bullshit Trump or Powell news too. Honestly, like I don't know. I'm like, it's like, have you ever heard like Trump say, "I met with China," and if you find out it was a lie?
We know that
He met with this guy and it was a lie. So I'm like, yeah, maybe it should come out literally and be like, oh yeah, met with Powell and he's willing to do whatever whatever president says, right? Some shit like that.
I understand there were some formatting issues with the Maha report.
So just gonna hang out here and see if we can either get the squeeze
negate the
to sell
of the report, which
or we just start fading this, breaking down, and we'll do that.
federal government is backed on good science.
Target, downside target would be
what tools or research goes into production of these kinds.
like 83, 84, somewhere down here, 84, 85, 585. And this is 85, so you're gonna expect
what I told you.
a hard bounce down here, somewhere right in there.
We've talked to since the tariffs have been in place.
Bounce and then further down tomorrow into the Friday doom bullshit.
This trade war with the courts, how will that impact this 90-day?
Maybe we can get a better price on spreads for June around 10 or 12 tomorrow.
I would say nobody understands the needs of business owners, and nobody has the backs of our small business community more than President Donald J. Trump. He believes, I've heard him talk about this with small business owners himself, that small businesses are truly the backbone of our American economy. And that's why the president is supporting the One Big Beautiful Bill. So for those you spoke to who are asking for a long-term plan, big tax cuts are coming their way. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime for their workers.
That's bullshit too.
Their bottom lines will be larger. They can pay their people more. Wages are going to go up. Inflation will continue to come down. We've already seen energy prices plummeting as a result of this president's economic and energy agenda that he has been implementing across the federal government, reducing burdensome regulation. All of that is good news for small business owners across the country. That's why they strongly support the president, and that's the Trump economic plan.
Let's look at 585p for tomorrow.
I believe the need to pass the One Big Beautiful Bill, and the president wants to see that happen. Sure.
Puts.
90-day window for
They're $1.39 right, a little rich right now.
As far as we're concerned, our trade agenda is moving forward, and we've already heard from countries around the world.
See, I don't even like these puts for tomorrow. $1.35, $1.37.
So we can cut good trade deals on behalf of the American.
Where are we at with Gamma right now?
To win this case in court. Sure.
On Golden Dome,
we're still in positive Gamma here.
how did he arrive at that? Is that the number it will cost to protect Canada, and is it negotiable, or where did it come from?
I can certainly ask the president, and I can check in with our research team, and we'll get you the facts on that number. But the Golden Dome is certainly a significant investment in our nation's national security and homeland security to protect Americans, all of you in this room, from future threats.
Any readout on, have the Canadians been talking in good faith about paying to be in it? I know that
breaking, North Korea just announced that they're going to build a diamond dome.
He brought it up in his meeting.
We have the Iron Dome, the Gold Dome, and now the Diamond Dome.
For the G7, so I expect that topic of discussion to come up on that trip as well. Sure.
Hey, thanks, Caroline. There was a May Day USA rally in Seattle that happened over the weekend that devolved into some protests and riots. The Seattle Mayor Harrell said that it was a far-right rally held here to provoke a reaction by promoting beliefs that are inherently opposed to our city's values, which he defined as LGBT values. I know the FBI is looking into this, but has the president reached out to the mayor at all, asked him to apologize for this, and is this something that the administration would consider an example of anti-Christian bias?
I'm not aware of that case. I know the FBI is looking into it, but I'm not aware of any phone calls the president may or may not have made to the mayor of that city.
And then on Doge, we know that Elon Musk is leaving. Do you have an updated leadership structure for who is leading the group? Is Russ Vought involved? And what is its new mission now, if any?
Well, the entire cabinet is involved, and I spoke to the president about it this morning, and the entire cabinet understands the need to cut government waste, fraud, and abuse, and each cabinet secretary at their respective agencies is committed to that. That's why they were working hand in hand with Elon Musk, and they'll continue to work with the respective DOGE employees who have onboarded as political appointees at all of these agencies. So surely the mission of DOGE will continue, and many DOGE employees are now political appointees and employees of our government, and to the best of my knowledge, all of them intend to stay and continue this important work.
Is there a DOGE leader taking the place?
Yeah, you got an employee? Give us names.
Each and every member of the president's cabinet and the president himself, who is wholeheartedly committed.
She shouldn't have said employees.
Michael.
Thank you, Caroline. There's conflicting reports out of the Middle East right now. Saudi television network Al Arabia is saying that Israel and Hamas have agreed to a 60-day ceasefire. Sources with Hamas are saying that has not been agreed to. If and when that does happen, will we expect to hear something from President Trump announcing that?
As I said earlier, yes, indeed. If there is an announcement to be made, it will come from the White House, the president, myself, or Special Envoy Witkoff.
Finally, Caroline, one big beautiful bill. The president says he's not happy with all aspects of it. What changes would he like to see be made? And can this bill be both big and beautiful?
It is a one big beautiful bill, as the name rings true. And the president, as I said, is currently working with his friends in the Senate who have some recommendations for the bill. Those negotiations and discussions are continuing, but the president's ultimate priority is to get this bill back to his desk for signature. And the president's priorities in this bill are non-negotiable in terms of the tax priorities he wants to see and the large tax cuts in the border investments that are currently in this bill. He is not going to allow them to go away for the American people.
Need to get below 588.90.
Ask you about has the president spoken to any of these foreign leaders?
I'd really like to see below 588.60 here.
Specifically the case of the United Kingdom that is already has an agreement in place.
Yeah, puts aren't fucking paying, man. We got to be a negative gamma if puts to pay.
Talk to foreign leaders about what?
About it.
Need to move the downside.
Which court decision?
588.61. We got to get underneath here right now.
He did speak to the leader of Japan this morning.
Keep on going. A little bit more. A little bit more.
Good call and a good discussion, and as I said, the president's cabinet, Secretary Lutnick,
Watch out for a pull up as we go down here.
and Greer have all been in touch with their counterparts in countries
Down right
around the
there.
world to let them know the United States will still be at the negotiating table, and we still expect countries around the world to treat us fairly. Again, I will just close by saying that ridiculous it is
that whole move right here is worth like fucking 20 cents. That's it.
our manufacturing base has left and gone overseas. Jobs.
Come on, a little bit more, a little bit more.
No court did anything about that. No court did anything about hundreds of thousands of people being put out of work, about thousands
There you go.
being closed down, about our deficit.
Doors open to downside.
As the New York Times has said, but now a court is trying to stop a president from trying to correct those wrongs of the past. And this administration will continue to do that. It's a promise the president made to the American people, and it's a promise they elected him on. We will win this battle in court, and the president will implement his America First trade policies. Thank you, everyone.
Is the U.S. Steel situation tomorrow to speak?
I can tell you the president greatly looks forward to
Keep going.
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where he will discuss this historic deal.
Keep fucking going. We're not done. We're going all the way down.
American Steel, and we hope to see you all there. Thanks, guys.
There, 86-32.
The White House press briefing. A lot of discussion, though, on the tariffs that federal judges have now bucked alive.
Okay, we're gonna turn that off. That was a disaster. I can't stand like putting her on the show because I always feel like she's like, I don't think I've ever seen her. I don't think I've ever I can't recall a single time where she's like not spoken slowly, not been happy. It's like a tech city. Even when something good happens, like I'm like, oh, she's gonna like something positive or something. I'm like, oh, she's gonna say something that is, positive or whatever it is she wants. And she just like goes on a tear, starts yelling at the press corps, you name it. Even when the press corps is all like hand-picked, it doesn't matter. So we did break through this. We're kind of still on Poop Island right here. We got this like little poop island going. We did have a tick here, so I'm hoping that we can continue down in this bell. We're still not in the And I'm in puts right now, but we're coming right back again. So coming right back up again to flat. So we'll see. The window gets better for bears right here. If there's a window for bears, it's right here. We'll make it red. If sellers had a window, it's somewhere right there. We'll make it red. This back. And that's not good either right there. I'm up here, so we'll see what's up. Still green. I hate fucking puts in a positive gamma. I really do. Like, I literally hate them. They don't pay at all. There is one tick down here. This is positive for sellers. We'll see if we can get more continuation of downside here. Yeah, this is looking bullish right here. You can see it. That's bullish. It's flipping now to bullish. I'm like right here is where I am. Just show you where I'm at. Right about there. This isn't good time either. I wish this was happening at 2:30. Still squeeze potential here if you're a bear or you're in puts with me. The danger zone is like right here. This is all danger zone. Bring it down. Keep on going. Give me 88. Like shaving fucking pennies here. Like I've been in like a few trades today and it's like up 12 cents, up 20 cents, up 10 cents, both sides. I'm up like 15 cents right now, more 17 cents right now, more than that now. But no bangers yet. Trading 157, 158 on 585C for tomorrow. P, excuse me. Come on, hit 588. Go down, go down, go down, print. Fucking print. Fucking print. And we've got equal, it's like you're still going to have like this right here, that right there, then this over there. Fucking bears. Dun, 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 dun. I fucking hate puts in positive gamma. I end up doing this bullshit all day long. Just send it. Clear all that shit out. No cheap calls. And the worst part is we haven't gone anywhere. Like if you think about this, market hasn't gone anywhere. Fucking nowhere. Goddamn market hasn't gone a fucking place. I mean, look at this. Market hasn't done a goddamn thing. Up, down, squeeze up, back down, squeeze up. Can't even get a down move. And all I'm really looking for is like cheap or time, I guess, tomorrow. And all this is in service of putting on a summer trade. I'm going to get stopped out here. As they park this shit into tomorrow afternoon for an unwind. Get me cheaper, baby. Friday unwind, end of or middle of the day. And I tried to put a spread on today down here, but it's not the right price. Shave pennies off. Should I just stay in this trade maybe for tomorrow? I mean, all this shit's coming back too. Like all this fucking shit's coming back tomorrow. A fucking moment that the moment, you know, if that like the moment they have to hedge these 6,000 calls, we're gonna fucking ramp. I'm gonna check something here and see if these calls are still even on the market anymore. If they got closed. Yeah, 6,000 is still there. There's still a pin down here for 5,900 and 5,925. I mean, that's like no shit, Dick Tracy. You can see that we're range bound. And we're printing these 5,900s. There's like a magnet here on price, but we probably can't get too much lower. All in service of not printing 6,000 until the close tomorrow. And nobody's closed the 6,000, so we are going to squeeze. It's probably not until tomorrow. It's 2 o'clock. Give me a few minutes here. I'm probably going to leave these puts on right now for end of day. I don't think we can unwind fully until tomorrow at like 10, maybe even later, like 12 o'clock. And this isn't good either. Yeah, we got the new low here. I guess that works. I guess that kind of works. I'm about to get stopped out here too. Nope, not yet. We're building some put premium. I'm wondering if I should leave these fucking things on or not. This shit still looms right here too. So it's like begging for an ass blaster. I'm not gonna leave these fuckers on, and I got stops in these fuckers now. All right, I've got stops on these puts. We start blasting up here, I'm gonna get stopped out. I take a quick break. I gotta go potty really quick. I'm looking for an unwind to the upside. We had a small window for it this afternoon at like 1 o'clock, and she just came out and screamed bloody murder. And no talk about Powell. There's still a window to squeeze here, and I'm out. I'm already out. I got taken out just a few minutes ago. I'm out. So get rid of that. Get rid of all that. We'll try again. I'm like scraping like 10 cents, 20 cents. I'm not closing them. I'm looking for a move. I'm either looking for a squeeze up, whoop, or some breakdown over here. Next window for a downside move is over here. I guess I can't win them all, can I? And this is getting squeezy again. Watch out here. Watch out for a squeeze here. Give me like 5 minutes. I gotta take a piss. I'm putting the new squawker back on. Sorry about that, guys. Hold on here. I call this goddamn camp. Hold on here, guys. Just trying to get their number here. Start getting more bearish here as we hit this 230. Should slam straight down over here into the close.
IDF defense systems intercepting Yemen missile threat. Sirens sound in extensive region of Israel following Yemen missile launch.
One. Fucking sleepaway camp. God damn. Fucking killing me. All right. Goddamn camps. You can dance. Beartown 2:30 to 4, baby. It's fucking like camps, man. I'm like, okay, well, you guys know that this is Beartown, right? This should be Beartown. Should be. You know, like really sucks about this is I'm reading some of what Chase is saying. So I want you to know out there that this is all in service of getting long. Like we're deep in positive gamma right now. So this is like eye bleederville. It's the summer trade, which sucks. You're You just look at, like, this is more in service of getting long, literally closing a laptop and focusing on other things. We got one more day of this left, hopefully. Literally, like, we're literally like waiting until midday tomorrow. Hopefully we can get down deep enough to get some cheap call spreads of some kind.
City YouGov poll.
And then we're going to shift this whole show into other stuff. We're not going to do this all summer, so
4.2%.
we're just like, we're literally waiting to put a trade on.
Public inflation expectations for longer term unchanged at 4.2% in May. So again, according to City YouGov poll.
No, I don't think we free fall. There's no way for us to free fall. We're in positive gamma. There's no such thing as free fall here. There just isn't. We just got to murder the call side just enough, if we can. It should be an eye bleeder. So, if we're in negative gamma, I would say free fall, yeah. But we're so fucking deep in it right now. Let me show you guys this. Or unless something's changed that I missed. Let me look at net gamma really quick.
Do you want to stay up to date with
I haven't missed any. I don't think I've missed anything here. Maybe.
Then sign up today and get out.
Yeah, like 58.75. Like
years worth of our
let me show you guys something here. Like,
and save
let me explain something to you here. Theoretically, 58.75.
Dynamics natural gas July futures settle at around $3.52. Diesel June futures settle at around $2.04 a gallon.
Like right here, right?
June futures settle at around $2.
Gamma flip's a little bit higher right now. Hold on a second. Let me change this gamma. The gamma flip's like right here.
Down 90 cents or 1.46%.
So, times TikTok bears. I shit you not. There's like just the smallest window in here. It's tiny. It really is. Like, it's like the tiniest window to try to like pound down just a little bit more for please give me one move down so I can grab it. We have tomorrow and Friday we've got PCE, so maybe we get like just a wick. I mean, literally looking for just a wick. It's like literally like this. It's a wick. We're not down there. That's not how the market fucking trades. You then have to come back up, come back down. And even then you're not even in negative gamma. You're in like neutral gamma. You know what I mean? It's like neutral. So and the strongest time of the year. So what it does is it becomes like an eye bleeder. You're not going to change anybody, I promise you. All this bullshit here with like uncertainty all summer, uncertainty trade. Don't believe any of that shit. This is to get a good price and get long. That's what it is. I promise you, we're going up. The only way, I'm telling you, you guys are looking for you guys are trying to speed run bullshit. This is all in service on a summer trade. That's it. I know you guys want to see like new lows in the market and I don't know, trade 1,000 by December. That it ain't happening. It's like a 90% chance that you're wrong. 9 out of 10 times you're wrong. So it's more like let's get a fucking dip and get out of here. And we can, dude. They're doing it right now again. Look at it. They're just bidding it all up again, just accumulating. You'll hear this news next week. They just kept buying and buying and buying. And you see that squeeze yesterday? That shit's going to happen again. We ain't done. This shit's going to move to the upside. So the time that we're down here, small windows to get long.
Says being in Europe makes me feel better.
Begging for new lows. I want them. Trust me. I want to get down as deep as we possibly can. I'm looking at call spreads right now. They're like, not right now, but I was looking at them over here. They were okay. Nothing special though. Calls were still expensive on the chain. Means they're on fucking bid. We need to make bulls think that we're not going up, and they're just buying. Whether they're, I don't know if they're institutions, I don't know if they're asset managers, CTAs, dealers, right? So, well, no, we're not dealers for sure. If we get lower, we'll get dealers buying, but we're not there. So, and like this window like just closes. I'm telling you guys. I'm telling you, I'm gonna fuck you guys to the upside in June. At minimum June 20th, if not even into July. And then we're gonna replay this shit on the other side in mid-July, and likely the bulls will be telling me that we're going up, and the bears will think we're not going down, and we're actually going down. Ugh. I gotta wait a whole nother fucking day. I think we're waiting one more day. I think we wait until tomorrow. And we're pretty low right here too. Like, there's a higher low right now. Bears need to get down here, baby. Bears need to go all the way down here. Catch that new low. If they can't, not good. You don't have to believe me. I'll meet back up with this whole show back in June. And I'm gonna be rich. Know that. God damn. I want lower too. If you're a bear out there, I want low more for the service of call buying, but and I love like even today the smoke and mirrors, like more uncertainty. I'm like, no, this market's already uncertain. Like this market's or can be uncertain. I'm like, there's no certainty here. There wasn't certainty here 2 days ago or even yesterday. So there's nothing's actually changed. So it's just a matter of like I want to buy calls right now for June, like today, like even right here we are right now. I want to start loading the boat. I got to be patient. I got PCE tomorrow. Sent sellers packing yesterday too. Margin call city yesterday. Drinking the beer Kool-Aid in the second most or supportive part of the market. We can get long again with some calls. Can't get a new low. Get some zero dates. We got here for zero dates. Damn, these zero dates are expensive. No, those are puts. 10 cents for 592. Let's go 590. They're gonna ram this shit up your asses tomorrow. Telling you, they're gonna ram that 6,000 is gonna print like fucking 350 in the afternoon. There. There. I know Condor. Condor knows, and I both like. I'll tell you guys right now, like the mentors and I both know what's going on here. You can ask any of these guys. We're trading sideways, murdering chain right now. It's going to be hard to get down. Just to get down is going to be hard, and it's not in service of being a bear. Sorry, dude. I got literally have. Go ahead, Condor. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it publicly. Like this is like going down is not in service of crashing the market. Going down is to just get the best price to go up for like the next month and a fucking half. or not month and a half. Next month and a week. Next 5 weeks of up. Like, so a half a day. I'm being a prima donna here. I just want a nice fucking dip buy. And you know what sucks is I missed yesterday when I closed those puts. I didn't get long yesterday, and I wanted to and didn't. Like I was thinking about it. I was like, oh, dude, I would have put a spread on it like fucking. I would have put a spread on right at like 4:15, 4 o'clock up in the sweet spot when the prices were just slamming down like that. I'm like, oh god, I want to get long right now, really bad. We're not in negative gamma. We're in positive. If someone's telling you're in positive or negative gamma, we are not. SPX 5. I'll tell you where it is right now. SPX negative gamma. So you've got negative gamma, but it only begins. It goes neutral. At 5875, it gets, and even then, do we get another tick? 5765. 5765 has a tick on it. So let's go look at this really quick. Like, let me just show you how brutal this is. Like, there's a bar like right here. Let's go look at this together. So the gamma flips like right around here, but even so, this is positive, or it's not. It's more neutral. This would be neutral. Like this is negative, and the daily trigger is coming up. So like, we're nowhere near Beartown. We're like nowhere near discussing Beartown. We're like so far away from Beartown. It's not even funny. Oh, I'm making money again. Woohoo! I'm on 590 Cs right now. 0 dates though. Here we go. Making money here. That's gone. Like this is literally an operation of give me a low to buy. So it's like a full-on eye bleed in service of going up in a major way. Here, you want me to snap this for you guys? Hold on here. There's even a small tick at 57.65. God. Soul crushing if you're a bear, you're fucked here. Like you need you know what kind of news you need? And all the bad news is out there. Like there's no bad news scheduled. You need you need some, I don't want to say it on the stream, but you guys know what you need, right? You need something really bad to happen. Otherwise, you're fucking SOL right now. Yeah, it's still fucking there. It's like it's even lower. Like this is the gamma flip, and this is negative gamma. Let me just show you guys like what you need for your doom trade. Okay, so this is the gamma flip. Even though it is, hold on. This is neutral. If this makes any sense to you. Now, let me show you this. So when you're in a positive gamma regime, all dips are expected to be bought. Every one of them. Every time we dip, support comes in. So we could literally go all the way down here and all the way down here, come back up for a dip,
down 75,
and we're just right back in a neutral, right back up here. The buyers stepping in. Like to even get into negative gamma right now, you like need to blast down through here and make a new low, and then we're in Bear Town. Like that's Bear Town, like true Bear Town. Bear Town. And look at where we are. We're like parked right there. And meanwhile, Theta Gang is just murdering.
with financial juice.
Do you know why?
Only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Because everyone's loading up. Everyone's loading up for this trade this way. So like begging for any of this, I would take this all day long. All day long. It's like huge money for that upside move. So anyways, I don't know if you get it, but you're going to find out. And then you got to think to yourself like,
speaking on Fox News.
Voice news disconnected.
You got to think about like what's being said here. Like you got Fed speakers that are like, oh, it's going to be really uncertain. It's already uncertain. No one trusts Trump at all. Zero. No one trusts the White House. Zero. And if anything, people only trust the Fed. So if the conditions deteriorate, they trust the Fed. We're in the most supportive market of the year, second most supportive market of the year. Keep printing me. Keep making me fucking money. I'm making money right now. So, you got to understand here that like we've priced in everything. You could like look for some doom. You'd need like major unemployment numbers, but there aren't any. We're so far away from recession unemployment numbers, it's not even funny. We're so far away from major inflation, it's not even funny. We're so far away from bad inflation, we still have a way to cut. Like the fact that Jerome hasn't cut yet means he's got ammunition. We can run with a hot inflation print for months. So there's like, we've priced it all in. We literally have. We need like, I don't want to say it, but we need like something really bad to happen. And right now you're being told that we have a pause in tariffs. No matter what they're telling you. No matter what noise they're telling you. Like, so all the service to go higher. That's where we're at. Like, honestly. Like, for new market lows, that kind of stuff, you really need like something bad. Like really bad at this point. So it's all just in service of getting a low for a summer trade. Now, I do think things get bad, but it's not going to be till like midsummer. You need like Trump coming out and saying 200% tariffs on China. And he's not scheduled to do that, is he? He's told you when he's scheduled to do that. He's literally told you. Besant is quoted. Trump is quoted. Trump was quoted in the Oval Office, and Besant was quoted in a Fox News interview. And they told you, literally gave you the money and said, we're not going to do this for 2 or 3 weeks. And then in those 2 or 3 weeks that thereafter, you're likely going to get, and that doesn't even mean that countries aren't going to agree to those terms. So there's like all kinds of upside here. And if you're looking for like that deterioration of the economy, we ain't close. We're not the consumer, not close. It's a process that likely takes, even in the worst case scenario, likely takes 6 months, a year, maybe even a year and a half. So I don't know. It ain't happening. Unless something we don't see. You need like something that's unknown. I think we can get the Trump tweet bullshit for like a big fat down day. I agree with that, but we're not scheduled for those right now until late June, somewhere in that neighborhood. The best I can do is an OPEX, a Fed meeting, CPI print, even if you get a CPI print that's hot, it still ain't gonna. We ain't going to zero. We're not going to new market lows in a hot CPI print. We'll be in trend still. So I think they're worth that stuff, but I don't think that they're worth like we're getting a new market low. That shit's all priced in. All priced in. We need more doom. We need a Trump tweet. We need Trump to like go after China or something, or I don't know. Something like that. Otherwise, for tomorrow, it is 2:49 in the afternoon. We have another hour left in the day. Number one, we're in the unofficial start of the summer trade. If you don't know what that is, I posted a white paper in there about the summer trade this morning. We should see a lot. Listen to me closely here. When we get into the summer trade, right, you're going to hear a lot of people that are going to tell you and point and say, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do this, and we're going to do that. And in fact, we like normally we grind higher into about June 20th, but possibly even later. If we do the spot up, vol up trade, we could grind and then go vertical into late July, even that late, to the upside. So find a low. I'll say it again today. I've been saying it all past 2 weeks or so. Find a low that you're comfortable with. Throw yourself on a spread. You can do multiple different kinds. Something that can is something that you don't have to worry about theta burn or time kill. And get long. Get long, as everyone else is doing, unless something materially changes in the market. And then I think that the long, personally, I think the long is middle of the day tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And you should see it's the last day of the month, right? What happens on last day of month? You get rolling of positions for the next month in OPEX. And you want to jump on that train with that momentum as people roll their positions. If we can get a decent price on that rolling of their positions for next month and OPEX and quarter end, we can probably get nice and long. And what we'll do is we'll focus on something other than SPY. So after tomorrow, if we get that nice low, what we'll do is and even if we don't get the low, I'm just going to put the trade on. So whatever price we're at, I don't give a fuck. And we're going to get long. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do some trading not related to SPY, I think, for the next month. I think like from now into June, unless we come into a week with some expected volatility of some kind. If we got a CPI print for that week, we'll trade it down for unrealized volatility. But otherwise, we're going to start focusing on some new issues or symbols in the market. Try to find tickers that are, if you got everything going like this, everything's going up, we'll look for something going down to short. If everything's going sideways and slowly up, we'll look for something that's ramping or something that's ramping down, something out of the norm. And we'll take those trades to keep ourselves occupied because it's boring. It really is. It's boring as hell. The summer trade from like now into midsummer, people are on vacation. They're doing their thing. And it's going to be less news, less people chatting, less people, but like less market news. It's normally it's not like laptops open while you're down scuba diving in the Bahamas. World's going to burn, any of that kind of stuff. Even though they tell you this, it's not real. It's very rare that that's real. And we're not in that economic environment right now. We're already aware of the volatility. So even these Fed speakers that are saying, oh, we got more volatility, you guys already know that. You guys already are aware of it. You guys already know. I think the whole market knows at this point that the volatility will always be there. Coming into 2:30 now. See if the bears can come back in for some more liquidity. It really is like that. I'm telling you guys. Too many years doing this shit. Too many years of like going to a summer trade. You can literally set up in your house a hammock in front of your laptop. You just suck on some frozen pina coladas and like put a trade on in the morning, fall asleep, wake back up and close it at the close as the market grinds. White paper link right here. If you're new to the Discord past, I don't know, 3 months, there it is. Read through it. Read it from the beginning to the end. And then we'll get crazy with it once we get into the OpEx. We'll get crazy. We'll get some movement. Month end for June, we'll get some movement, and then we'll be paying attention for in July if we sideways roll it. Do we start selling July, or do we squeeze again? Trap in the bulls. This whole conversation here, we're going to have this again for the bulls, not the bears. I'm going to be yelling at bulls saying, no, we're not going up anymore. We're done. We're going to roll, bro. Grab a high to sell. You're welcome. Anytime, brother. I got you. Should I just take my money here and run? Nah, fuck it. See if we can squeeze him for a little bit more here. It sucks, man. That sucks, but the summer trade is like boring as fuck.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm?
We'll look at
Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro.
Oh, dude, Marvel. Did you guys notice that Marvel didn't participate yesterday? We got Marvel, Ulta, Costco. Let's look at some aftermarket stuff here. Marvel did not participate yesterday in the squeezing. Any of you guys notice that? I did. Let's look at Marvel really quick. Now Marvel, ooh. I think I may like this after the bell here. So Marvel did not squeeze yesterday. I'm bullish on Marvel's ER today. So we're gonna go over this really quick. Ready?
Hamas official says new proposal doesn't meet our people's demands. And Hamas is studying proposal even though it doesn't meet demands. That's according to Hamas official Bassem Naim commenting in a Facebook post.
Ballish. Next one is Costco. Bullish on them too, I think.
So surely expected to hear from Bank of England's Governor Bailey. Again, text was released earlier on in the session.
Alta. Where's Alta? I'm not going to do any others. Canopy Growth is tomorrow in the morning. Tiger, Yitra. I'll look at the other two here. ESTC. Bearish. ESTC. Ooh, Zillow. Not Zillow. Ooh. Okay, so I put a bunch of ERs into the Discord for you. I did Marvel, Cost, Dell, Alta, Elastic, and Zscaler. The one that matters, Costco, I'm bullish on them. And we've got tomorrow Canopy Growth, Shoe, Carnival, Cresco Labs, Up FinTech, and Yatra. Still sitting here in calls. Marvel is gonna rip on the bell. They are Marvel did. I noticed yesterday that they did not participate, and they had zero participation after the bell yesterday. So I am betting here that Marvel is going to rip fucking faces off. I like this. Let's go look at this again. So I like the idea here of Marvel closing into the close here, like 62.47 or whatever, maybe 60.76. But I really like them for a call spread. Not only that, but they're let me just check this really quick here. I noticed it yesterday. Their weekly still looks like shit a little bit. But when their weekly bottoms, man, oof. Like when they're weak, let me go show you guys this really quick. So Marvel, what I want to show you here is this. You see Marvel here? You see this weekly here? This implies that the weekly trigger is weak. So see that orange right there? That means that we could do this, but if you had a call spread, means we're going to blast up there.
U.S. Appeals Court reinstates Trump tariffs during appeal.
Ooh, tariffs back on again. Tariffs back on again. So see this Marvel right here? This shit should move. Should be something like this. That.
So again, that's U.S.
And like
Appeals
that.
Court reinstates Trump tariffs during appeal.
So a call spread in here I like into midsummer. Just like that. You see that right there. You see this yesterday? This is Friday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. This thing didn't move yesterday. It's been coming down. And on their 30-minute, this here.
So again, that's appeals court temporarily halts ruling against Trump tariffs. Also, U.S. money market fund assets fall to $6.95 trillion at ICI. Federal Circuit Court says it needs time to consider filings. So appeals court allows Trump tariffs to stay in effect for now. Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Yeah, I like that trade. Get yourself some equal highs in here. Like that trade a lot. And there's the second right there. And this isn't required. None of that's required. Eat all that. Beat that prior high right there, right there. You can see that trade right there. Bullish Marvel. Same with costs right here. High, dragging its ass back up again. Maybe I'm wrong on Costco here. Hold on. I may have spoken too soon. I may have spoken too soon on cost. Bearish. There's a little bit of uppy here on a daily basis. I think it gets sold. I think if there's any up, it gets sold. Maybe a bad guidance, maybe? You think that's a bad guidance? Maybe? It's got to be. I don't like this at all. That's bad. I don't like this declining weekly at all. I don't like it at all. Don't like seeing this at all. That's bad. As a matter of fact, we'll look at the last time we had that, and I bet it was ugly. Going into a bear market. Not bear market, but yeah, I see this right here. Grind. It's still America's company, right? It doesn't really ever. You got a little bit more in the daily, but not in the hourly. I guess I'm saying bearish, but let's see what we got over here. Yeah, I'm bearish on it. So one more leg. This is fascinating. So we've got $1,000 on. This is gonna be an auto buy. I want to show you this right here. Here's the buyers here. And I want you to think about Costco like this. Instigate along, take the money and run. Bam, bam. These buyers right here are looking to buy that. So there, I would say that there's buyers here. They're looking to get long for their next ER. So I would say that if it was me, I'm betting it's more of a one, two, three. One, two, three. And then a summer trade in here. There's probably someone, this is like just begging. And then you go right into ER again. Go to like next ER season, do it all over again, right? Come up here, take the money and run. Sell, 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 sell. No brainer. Come into the next ER. It's like, I'd want to know when their next ER is. Seems logical to me. Here's June 10th. And then you come right back down again for OPEX. And we don't know where we're going there. Sell end of month in June, come into July. I bet you their next ER is in here. You can instigate the next trade in here. I'd say, let me redo this here. Edit it one more time. So Costco, bearish only to get long for June. That's my assumption is here. Wham, wham, squeeze it up. So this is a good opportunity to short, whatever that is. Bam, sell it down. And a Friday, Monday, get long on this stock for the month of June. Come into end of month of June, sell it down. Don't know what happens in July yet. Quarter end. Everybody gets bared up. If not, we just keep squeezing up into early July. Sideways, hold us in for ER season. Bloodbath us. Tariffs are really hurting people. Everything's horrible. We'll watch this one after the bell, too. It could squeeze. It could squeeze. They're likely going to say they've got... I bet you they have a great ER. And they're going to tell you uncertainty. And just on that one uncertainty, they'll sell it. And I do have us going up for... I do have Costco trading $1,015 after the bell. We should go up here after the bell. Take the money and run. Guidance will sound like the end of the world's coming. Uncertainty, blah, blah, blah. Just dropped right now that appeals court temporarily halts ruling against Trump tariffs. U.S. appeals court reinstates Trump tariffs during appeal. Federal Circuit Court saying we need time to consider the filings. There is an argument here that if we do this, I'm going to read something to you really quick. This is from UBS. This is possible. Mag 7 dominance risk returns. On the one hand, NVIDIA's earnings could trigger more short-term upside and push the Mag 7 weight even higher. On the other hand, this extreme top heaviness has typically been followed by a large sell-off in the past. This, together with real money selling and a market positioning switch from over to under hedged, suggests that the market is now priced for perfection and is vulnerable to even slightly disappointing news. Therefore, I like continuing to buy hedges out to September. We had a year, like it was either last year or the year before, where we had a Mag 7, no participation in the summer trade, where the indexes went up, but not Mag 7. But this guy's saying hedges out to September. I think that's easy, but why would you get them now? I don't think you hedge this until late June or July. I get the idea that no matter where we go here into summer, they're saying we're going to roll hard and heavy. Mag 7 dominance returned with SPX weight at 32%, approaching an all-time high of 34% a gun. Post 34% weight in June 2024 and Jan 2025. SPX further upside was capped at 3% within 1.5 months before rolling over in July, August. Yeah, so that's July, August, though. In February, April 2025. Real money selling pressure has strengthened from across foreigners, pension funds, and retail investors. I think we're aware of that into the 30th. But corporate buyback is expected to offset some of the sell flow for another 4 weeks. I'm with this trade. I like this. Short squeeze is close to be over given one. I don't agree with that, by the way. There's likely more squeezing to go right now in NVIDIA. That's what GS is trying to stop from happening. They're trying to get the sentiment from the squeeze last night to not continue. We have examples of it. We looked at it in a private stream yesterday. That squeeze yesterday in NVIDIA, it excites their investors that they can carry this on for another 4 to 6 weeks. Short squeeze is close to be over given one cumulative excess sell flow was all covered and switched to net buy for the first time on May 27th. That's possible. I'll give that. UBXX short is up 36% since April 8th. Only 6% below the most extreme short squeeze since 2022. So perform but not outperform. I agree with that too. Well, I'll find the data on this, but it kept going it kept short squeezing but not as big.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest?
I think it was like a cumulative went up like 23% in 2 months. I don't think you're gonna get that, but
for a year's worth.
The UBS PB long short leverage is low at 13 percentile versus 1 year. Current low SPY PC ratio 14 percentile versus 1 year suggests the market is underhedged. I disagree with that. I don't think the market is underhedged. I think the market is not even participating. I think they're rotating in and out of stocks. I don't even think they're long indexes right now. Coming into the half an hour now, 3:26, waiting for some reports after the bell. Market trying to gain some traction into the close here. Still sitting in some calls. Got some zeros on in the money. Looking to trade 590 up here. We'll see if they keep us away from it. Half-hour trigger still has not crossed the hourly trigger, which would be bearish. Sellers unable to get a new low at 230. They got the low at 230, but couldn't get it. They didn't get no new low at 3. Marvel looks good. Costco looks like pop and drop, but more in service of more highs. No repeat of yesterday's selling into the bell. There's likely sellers hoping, and myself included, for selling to the downside. Not as much fear on NVDA with Costco. Costco weak right now. Spoo's parked on 5900. VIX 9-day looking like it wants to rip here. Goolsby saying, nope, that was earlier today. See what happens there into the bell. If there's any arbitrage up here. Costco down below here.
White House's Navarro says that we will hear in the next day or two from the U.S. Trade Representative. As White House Trade Counsel Navarro currently speaking to reporters, adding that court told us to go do it another way. So again, Navarro saying you can assume even if we lose tariff cases, we will do it another way.
What is the probability the bond market could derail or dampen expectations of the summer trade? I think that it could, but not yet. I think you need more information with the big bad spending bill and the debt ceiling. And you need more tariff information. I think what you're asking for is possible. I don't think that it's today. I think your timing is off for it. I think that the warning is there right now.
This morning, and discussions continue.
I think it's going to happen. I just don't think it's today. I don't think you see the bond vigilante like today. The next 3 weeks, I don't think you see the bond vigilantes. We had 5% overnight, right? Did the market crash? No. The bonds went up yesterday as a warning, and the market didn't crash, did it? Because we still don't have enough information. I think we need more information, and I think people's timelines are skewed. If you think about your timeline, if you think about, see that question you just asked. I think when you parrot that information, it's not a big deal, but when you parrot that information, you're reading it on FinTwit or in a rag, and I want you to think about how
protect your trade.
Those stories come and go frequently. There's always a narrative,
A year for our
and if the market traded like that, it would be like Zimbabwe. So I don't think it's on that timeline. I think it's a valid argument, but I don't think it's in the timeline that we think it is. You know what I mean by that? I would say to you this. I would say turn off FinTwit. Turn off everywhere you get your news and go log in with like Wolf Richter. Start following that guy, reading his stuff, because you'll find out that it's. I talked about it this morning. Like, I don't care what it is. I don't care if it's yields. I don't care what the fuck it is. Inverted yield curve, uninverted yield curve. I don't care. Unemployment rate. Unemployment rate's rising, right? But what's the time here? Is that like fucking 2 years? Let's say the unemployment rate is rising over 2 years. Unless we have like a shock, like COVID or some shit, shut the U.S. down. But you get like these monthly reports on unemployment, and you're gonna get an article that if we go down here, you're gonna get an article that says what? Market's great. Unemployment's great, bro. You get another unemployment report, and you're gonna get, oh my God, we're screwed. Recession. So I think they're valid discussions. I don't think that they're on the time frame like, hey, we're going to wake up tomorrow and bonds are at 6 and market's at 0. I don't think the market works, and even if it were, the market's not positioned for it. I think it's something to be conscious of and be aware of. I think the bond market's telling us, and I think, of course, that depending upon if tariffs are valid or invalid, and also the structure of the big bad spending bill or whatever it's called, and the debt ceiling, how those are all formulated right now, do matter, but we don't know enough. So I don't think it's anything that you should be worried about today, or that it's material to the market today in any way, shape, or form. I think you need time to tell you the story. You need a series of data points. You need the spending bill passed. You need tariffs decided. You need debt limits. to be run over. You need that stuff for the bod vigilantes to come out and make a real statement. And you understand that? Because what happens is yields will climb, right? And it's telling Congress and the executive, you can't do this. It's really a statement. And you guys, you know how they told you that the foreign countries aren't buying bonds? That's a lie too. I got that data. I showed it on the show just the other day. It was a squiggle in a bigger line. They're still buyers. You still have threats. The Dutch, I think, the other day said that they're concerned with the U.S. moving away from a democracy. That's still not, we're not investing in U.S. bonds. We also have stealth buying by the Fed, right, of bond market. So is it material? No. Does it matter? Yes. I would stop reading that shit, to be honest with you. I would start reading all your data there at Wolf Richter. Honestly, I think most of his audience are professionals too. I don't mean market participants, but they're like professional economists, professional news writers and authors. And if you start going there for your news, you're going to start to realize how much bullshit is in the news today. It's for sizzle, man, selling newspapers. That's what it's for. Followers, all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean, Johnny? Really, truly start reading that stuff. Read the comments, too. We should read the comments of the articles because you'll know when it really means something. Even like, so let's look at it seriously. Last night, the yields went up, right? Cranking. Did the market crash? Did the market crash overnight? No. It's just telling you. The bond market was telling you if tariffs are no good anymore, right? That we're not going to have that income, right, to pay for the debt, right? So it's telling you that. So if that was the case, you would just have the president or the president would literally come out and say, well, we got to restructure. They would literally be forced into, we can't do the big spending bill as it is anymore. We don't have the income from tariffs. That makes sense? But it doesn't necessarily crash the stock market. We'd be like Zimbabwe. We'd be like 0 and then 1,000 and then 0 and then 1,000. You know what I mean? So it's not on that same timeline. As I think most people expect. They call it knee-jerk reactions, I guess. Look at it like knee-jerk reactions. There's like knee-jerk reactions and stuff within. And then you got people gambling on different shit too. Like the future Fed funds rates, very similar to that. Like you've got two different, are we going to cut or not going to cut? The reality if we're going to cut or the gambling on if we're going to cut is true too. So let's see if we get an unclenched here into the close. That's why I got this dotted line here, last 10 minutes or so. If we can't grab it in here, well, I'm going to close and get some kind of an unclench up into the close here. A little bit of an unclenched spring, a little bit of Costco, a little bit of Marvel, a little dash of this, a little dash of that. Don't want to be short and get caught like yesterday, do you, boys? Could have closed those shorts much lower, huh? On the bell down there would have been nice, wouldn't it? What are you going to do now? Oh, you're going to get out now? Try to sell from higher now? Whoa. Is that what you're going to do? Oh. Learned your lesson yesterday? Wrong place, isn't it? Oh. Didn't get that downside we wanted today, huh? We'll try again tomorrow. Maybe we can sell like 415 or something, 420, 430. Come back and do it later, bros. I got the high ground, Anakin. A little bit more. Little bit more. Keep on going. Little bit more. A little bit more. Keep going. Here you go. Buy it all back. There you go. There you go. Buy it all back. Print it up.
Supercomputer to U.S. Department of Energy.
Print me up, baby. Print me up. A little bit more. No. A little bit more. I know you're at 90. A little bit more. Little bit more. Hit it again. Hit it again. Hit it again. Take it from up top. High. Too dangerous here, bros. Dangerous. You know it. That's right. Buy it all back. There you go. There you go. Good. You don't get caught like you did yesterday. Had to close the bell like I did. Close the bell yesterday. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Dancing Queen made some motherfucking money today. Make me that money. Make me get out here. Get out here. Make me that money into the bell. It's down here for a minute. I'll take it.
1 minute to go now until we get the market on close imbalance data.
It's a nice little squeeze right there. Traded all the way up to 75 cents. That's all I needed, just a little bit of an unclench. And I need this tomorrow, too, at the close.
10 seconds.
I need a bigger unclench tomorrow. Oh, there it goes again.
Market on
Oh, there it goes again. Unclench it, baby.
Nasdaq 100, buy side 1.5 billion. 30 987 million. And Mag 7 buy side 860.
Pimp it, baby. Pimp it. Last 10 minutes. We'll wait till you see the one tomorrow. It's gonna go fucking poof, straight up.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up to
unclenching it.
Pro
Buy it all back
for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
In a fireside chat. It's a fireside chat at the Oakland Rotary Club. No text is expected, but a Q&A is.
Oh God, the Oakland Rotary Club. Oh, I hate the Rotary Club. I've been there before. Yeah, they want up here too. You got that too. You got to buy all that shit back too up there. We got more time, boys. Finally, fucking Christ, all day long. I was looking for this at like 1 o'clock. We had a window for it. It didn't happen. We got Cranky Levitt. We didn't get J-Pow news. No, there's no PCE leak. This is we're unclenching right now. They're gonna try to short us from high after the close here. We got pop and dump after the bell. They're not done yet. They're going to take one more swipe at it tomorrow. All these fucking Theta gang are going to be in this shit until tomorrow, like midday. Come into the fucking close. We'll get this, like, pension fund, finish the pension fund bullshit.
We have posted another video where Feds Daily is due to speak at the Rotary Club on the Financial News feed.
Oh, God, the Rotary Club, you know, like, they're eating their mucilix every day. Buy their suits at like their business suits, like Ann Taylor and stuff. Fuck you, Condor. I got mine, Condor. We've got Costco right now.
So the video we put up is the wrong one. We've got the correct video now. We'll pop that onto the feed.
Oh, look, now they're murdering those calls. Now they're worthless. Marvel week into the close. If you can scoop up Costco at just under, scoop up Costco at $987.90. $987.90 on Costco. If you're looking for a summer trade, let me move the stuff over here. That's smaller. I might want to take this again, maybe jump in one more time here. Hold on here. They're 18 cents. You might have some good, I might jump in on this again right now.
Okay, so the correct video is out. It's on the feed, and it's on the economic calendar on the left-hand side.
All right, how about just 10, or not 100 anymore? Hold on. Just like 10 maybe? We got Costco is weak.
From Costco, Q3 2020.
Oh yeah, we're going again. We're going again. We're going again.
$4.24 and a revenue estimate of 63 spot.
Oh yeah. We're going again. We're going again. They ain't gonna be fucking short in a Costco. They're out of their fucking minds if they think they're gonna be short Costco. Short my ass into Costco. Go back up again. Let's do it again. Oh yeah. You ain't short Costco. Oh. Put an upside stop on him. Do, do, do. We can dance. We can dance. Having the time of your life.
So Hamas official says Israeli response to Witkoff's ceasefire offer fails to meet demands by the group.
Might be a nice place to buy some puts for tomorrow up here, like 4:15 or something. We might switch to puts over here for the bell. I need 40 cents. Give me 40 cents.
Witkoff proposal is still under discussion.
What sucks is we're gonna get we're gonna lose OI here as we hit the 4 o'clock hour here. We only got a couple minutes left. It's at 36 right now. Give me like 2 more bars, 2 more green bars. All day long to make this fucking money. There you go. There you go. There you go. One more. There you go. One more. Keep going. One more fucking bar. You son of a bitch. God. Oh, just give me one more fucking bar.
No text is expected, but there is a Q&A, and the video is out on the feed for you to watch.
Oh. That fucker hit 39 cents like right here.
So just a reminder with Costco earnings, they're due to report after the market close at 4:15 p.m. Eastern time.
Oh, that's bullshit. In the money at 36. Whoa, yes! Yes! Did you see that? You guys watching this shit? Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. Woohoo!
Now waiting on the live stream to begin with Feds Daily.
That was fucking phenomenal. Dude, like, this was it right here. This was bullshit here. Stayed in, slammed it. I didn't stay that, though. I got out right here. And then I got this one right here. This is how the market used to trade back in the day, every day. Not like kind of like this. Used to be to get this shit every day after the bell. You just see like the chain would just go bam, 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 bam. Not anymore. They know better. No more after hours arbitrage. Not like it used to be. You used to be able to do this shit like no one would be there with you, just being here, just trading this shit every day. You'd pick like 6 cents, 5 cents. They like ramp 15, 20, 30, 40, 60. 590 is now trading 30. They were down to like 60. Look at the 590 Cs right now. They're just like ramping up and down, up and down.
The US tells UN Security Council that if Russia decides to continue war in Ukraine, the US will have to consider stepping back from our negotiation efforts.
Let's see what we called for earnings. We said Marvel bullish, Costco
adding that the deal
bearish only to get long.
Best possible outcome.
Voice news disconnected.
Marvel bullish, Costco bearish only to get long for June. Dell I'm bearish, Alta bearish on Alta I'm bearish on report, bullish after report. ESTC pop and drop, ZS great opportunity to short after the report. So we'll check these after the bell and see how close we are on these fuckers. Look at that red bar up there. Someone wants to get short up there, huh? So we'll see what we can watch after the bell here. I've got no skin on any of this stuff. Oh, dude, this thing's ready to fucking rip. The market is ready to fucking move to the upside. Market is ready to fucking unload. Market is ready to goddamn squeeze so bad. Market is ready to fucking move. One more day, just one more day, one more fucking day. How do I split this screen on this Weeble crap? Let's check. We got Marvel and Alt up. Let's do a split screen on. Let's do it on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, we got Costco. Let's go down here and bottom right-hand side screen. See what we got going on down here. Let's mute my camera. Main camera, mute. Webcam frame, mute. Chat box, mute. Let's look at this stuff. We got, here's Costco. Down here, we got Marvel. And then we've got Costco, Marvel, Dell. We'll do Dell next. I don't know if all of these report right after the bell, but we got Dell. Oh, Dell just rocketed. Dell just slammed up. Hit 117. Alta. Quick spike on Alta. ESTC. Alta moving higher right now. Dell moving higher right now after the bell. Elastic moving green right now. Marvel dropping, but I'm hoping for them to squeeze higher. Play this really quick.
Of $63.31 billion.
ZS. ZS week after the bell. No movement in Costco. Dell trading 123. Alta cranking right now. 437.50. We'll watch this to 415, gang. I like the idea of buying Marvel here at 61. ZS has closed their gap. Alta's trading 436. No new high on it, though, yet. No moonshot. Dell's up to 123.91.
Economic advisor Hassett currently speaking to Fox News. He's just speaking about, just saying he's pleased with the latest appeals ruling. Again, that's the earlier headline. The U.S. Appeals Court reinstates Trump tariffs during appeal. An appeals court temporarily halts ruling against Trump tariffs. So that was comments from Fed's Daily. It says labor market is in solid shape.
ESTC, we got a pop and drop so far. Dell's being strong right now. Alta's being strong. ZS is, I said, great opportunity to short after the report. They're getting strong again. Marvel weak so far. I haven't seen a report on Marvel yet.
Daily says the workers are worried about inflation.
I'll check them right now. Hold on, guys.
And that we won't get to 2% inflation this year. Adding that we're really making progress on inflation.
They had a beat on Marvel, had a beat on EPS, it looks like. And a beat on revs. Marvel I have is going like, Marvel over here, I've got them going like up and then down, but a good buy opportunity down here. We'll see if Marvel recovers. Alta's cranking right now. So they had a beat on Marvel. No movement on Costco. They come out in like, I think they come out in 2 minutes. We get Costco report. So Marvel beats.
Daily saying that that I'm seeing balance the labor market that we need for 2% inflation.
We have beats across the board on Alta, so I got that one dead wrong. I was bearish on report, bullish after. So I'm half wrong on Alta. Marvel, bullish with a drop first, so that one's right. I was dead wrong on Dell, but I don't know if they've reported yet. I'll check them. EPS are miss on Dell. They had an expectation of 170. They missed at 1.55.
White House economic
They
advisor.
had a beat on revs.
Appeals court now allows time to finish trade deals.
Dell will likely turn to the downside. I was bearish on them. ESTC. I said pop and drop. They popped and they dropped. They're dying. And ZS, I said, great opportunity to short after their report. They're cranking at 269.21. They looked good on the report, but they're so high right now. I'd like to see a short on them. So if you want a company to short, look to short ZS. Marvel now coming back after the drop. Nothing on Costco yet.
5 minutes ago until we get earnings from Costco. for Q3 2025 earnings. EPS estimate of $4.
There is a chance here to
63 spot
4:10. It's 4:10 p.m. If SPY can squeeze into the bell, I might buy some puts at like 4:15. But we're not there yet. We need a Costco rip to the upside. If you bought Marvel just now, congratulations, you're making money. Alta's coming back again. They've got a bearish on report, bullish after, but I think they beat on Alta, right? Here, let's go to a different screen here. Let's look at two screens here. So there's SPY, right?
It has its comments on Fox News.
And we're gonna do cost. Now on another screen, I've got cost. I've got cost as an up and down play. Up here, where do I have them going to? 101.16 and then down. Right here.
Fed's Daily says bond yields
101.16 and then down.
Process uncertainty about policy and the economy.
Down, down, down. There's Costco. My question is, can we do we have a couple minutes here? Can we get like a report on Costco before 4:15, crank it, and then sell it?
Adding Fed policy is in a good place.
101.4.
And the US economy is in a good
right here. Three minutes left until the bell closes. We'll see if we get one more squeeze up here. 590 Ps. Tomorrow. Those are expensive as fuck.
White House economic advisor Hassett, speaking again, says that we expect trade.
I'm not buying those fucking puts. Fuck those puts. I ain't buying puts.
We have been briefed on 3 that are about to happen.
I'm not buying fucking $3 goddamn puts. We'll just watch it together. See if I'm wrong on this Costco shit.
Hassett says that we had productive discussions with India.
Marvel being bought back up. Alta moving higher right now. I thought they would have closed the gap at
speaking to reporters
390, but they didn't. And Dell's hanging on for dear life right now. They had a mixed report. Elastic getting sent down to the hurt locker. Looks like Zscaler is being shorted actively right now
$99 a year
on their pop.
time service.
I like Marvel all the way into June, July.
10 seconds.
Here we go, boys and girls. Costco squeezing higher now, trading 1011. No reaction on a SPY.
28 cents, a beat on the estimate of $4.24. Revenue $63.21 billion, a miss on the estimate.
Oh, miss.
Total company comp sales, excluding gas and FX, plus 8%, a beat on the estimate of plus 6
They had a high of 101.1152. Oh, new high 101 102.64. Costco now higher again. Oh, baby, please reverse. Smooth's a little bit higher right now.
Fed's daily on tariff says, I don't know the scope or size or timing, and it's premature to speculate how it will work out.
Mixed bag on Costco. Costco Q3 2025 earnings, EPS of $4.28 on an estimate of $4.24. It was a miss. Revs. The estimate was $63.31 billion. The Revs actual was $63.21 billion. That speaks to inflation too, by the way. I'm going to be interested to read their guide today after the bell. Costco now turning to the downside. We have a target on them of 987.92, all the way down here. 987 down here, right here. Oh yeah, come on down, Costco. Come on down, Costco. Come on down. Come on, come hang out with us, Costco.
Businesses have not put their pencils down, and they're continuing to do what they do, but are taking...
Come down here, brother. We want to take you for another run up in June, bro. I'm going to ride you like a bad donkey in June. Come on down. We're going to worry about... I don't know what that arm is. It's like growing out the side. He's got another arm. Hey, what's up, man? Got 2 arms. Come on down, Costco. We're gonna run you up like another bad boy up into June. Don't do that. Turn around. Don't do that. Don't do that, Costco. Turn around. Wrong way.
Has said.
All right, I'm gonna go.
With Trump and Powell.
I'll see all of you guys tomorrow. Hopefully, we get Costco turning around. It's tomorrow. Dude, he's got like we're bullish, man. Look, I'm looking at SPY over here, and I'm like, this thing's ready to fuck to the upside. We just need a little bit more down tomorrow. We need let me show you guys what we need tomorrow. See this right here? Here's Spoos. We just need a little bit more El Cheapo down here. Just like that. You know what I mean? A little bit more El Cheapo, some PCE tomorrow. You know, catch a nice deal, maybe wick that bad boy down. I don't know if we can get that down, but a little bit like that. We just like take that up and we're out of here. On trend. It's ticking. It's like bottom ticking, all this crap. All this is free money. It's all we're looking for. You know what I mean? Get that pension selling in there. I get that Doom, get that financial advisor, a nice spot in there. Close that gap down there. See that? See those buyers right there? Hang out with these guys. Just ride that bad boy up. Let them tell us Doom stories all day long. Next week they'll come back. You'll be reading something on FinTwit and they'll say, "Oh shit, they were net buyers on Friday and Saturday." Like this, like over here, they're gonna tell you, "Oh yeah, they bought the dip over here." You'll pay $100 a month to be told that a week later when we're actually doing it in real time.